All right, welcome back. Make sure everything's working. Seems to be. All these clips load in. And we'll start going through it and making some notes about what to do. Hi, Chrissy. Go through everything and see what I want to re-record, see what I want to add in, see what still needs to be done, animations and so forth. In After Effects, I need to for sure get those done first, I think, and then we'll start worrying about the other stuff. One thing I wanted to check out real quick, because I think this will be a faster way for me to do the quotes, is I want to see if in the past I was doing a rotation animation on the text, or if I was just doing a cross fade, like a cross dissolve in on the text. If it's a cross dissolve, then I don't need to worry about doing that part in After Effects. I can just do the initial animation for the box and the rotation of the developer's photo. I can just do a real quick animation that just gets that set in place, and then just save one frame that I can drag out for the duration, and then I can just do the text here in Premiere, just fade it on and off. And that should be a lot quicker and easier than doing it all and trying to match it all in After Effects. So that's what I'm going to attempt to do, as long as that's what I have been doing. If I've been doing a rotation animation on the text, it'll take longer, because that ultimately would look cooler, but does take longer. We'll see. We'll see what I've been doing. I don't want to retract on the quality that I've been doing in the past. I would rather at least be up to par, if not go further with it. But we'll see. Loading in all these clips. All right, they're all loaded in. So let's get a notepad out and make some notes here. Do Lost Odyssey video editing notes. I'll keep track of the time codes and everything on this. All right, let's see. Let's watch it. Let's see where we're at. There's no better way to summarize Lost Odyssey's central aspiration. So I'm going to change the line, the very first line I open up with. Alter opening line and re-record. I think I'm going to change it to something more like, there's no better way to summarize the thematic ambition of Lost Odyssey, rather than like the central aspiration. I think that's a little too vague, especially when you're talking about a game and you have all the gameplay elements and things on top of just the story stuff. So I'll say it's thematic ambition or something like that, instead of central aspiration. Then with this quote from the game's composer, renowned Final Fantasy legend Nobuo Uematsu. When I was composing the main theme, I often imagined what it would be like to live for 1,000 years. It must be so intolerable and painful seeing... Let me check this actually right now. Go to my last retrospective, which I think was the Suikoden 2. How did I do this?
Squaresoft. They also claimed that
Story
he really wanted to tell. This isn't actually how it happened. For clarification, this is what he told me. The RPG I was
Okay, so I did flip it in.
developing before Suikoden was
But I think after this, I just...
for the mobile game device planned by Konami itself. The content of the game was primarily focused on changing classes. At that stage, the number of...
So the initial part of the animation is a rotation.
What he told me. The RPG...
I rotate both of these in. But I wonder if...
During the course of my research, I found some conflicting information regarding this rumor, and decided to reach out to Mr. Moriyama personally for clarification. This is what he told me. The RPG I was developing before Suikoden was for the mobile game device planned by Konami itself. The content of the game was primarily focused on changing classes. At that stage, the number of characters appearing in the game was similar to a normal RPG, and the concept of a game like Suikoden, in which a large number of characters appear, was not in our minds then. This story had absolutely no connection with Suikoden, and when...
Alright, well that answers my question. Okay, let's keep going.
Seeing your families, lovers, and friends dying while you remain living. This feeling drove me to write the theme in a minor key. Perhaps above anything else Lost Odyssey sets out to do, it's this examination of what eternal life might be like that I found to be the most compelling idea. When framing this in the form of a question, it lays the groundwork for a thought experiment that I find really intriguing. Each of us is born with a drive to survive, to live long, fruitful lives, and to pursue as much happiness as we can. However, if one really could live forever, even while those around you grow old and die, if you could really find yourself outlasting a world that constantly changes, and suffer the losses that inevitably come alongside those difficult changes, how fulfilling would such a life really be? At what point would a person become fatigued with the world? Would the memories you make with those that pass on increase your happiness? Or would the constant loss of loved ones lead to a path of endless sorrow? Lost Odyssey explores this proposition in beautiful, nuanced ways through the many short stories told in its 1,000 Years of Dreams. And while the main plot doesn't focus as much attention on this theme as I would have liked, it still provides a perspective not often featured in games like this. Nevertheless, it has a strong sense of style and a solid foundation, and for many players, measures up to the great classics of the genre. But before we get into that...
Okay, so then we have the timeline, animation. I do not spell animation for some reason.
Let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiations for a merger with rival company Enix, were broadening the scope of their production capability by founding a movie studio and producing a feature-length film, and were transitioning their game development workflow to accommodate brand new hardware with the PlayStation 2. At this time, Final Fantasy series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi was the executive vice president at Square and was well respected within the company's culture for his role in Final Fantasy's mainstream success throughout the 90s. However, his business philosophy wasn't supported by everyone. Newly appointed CFO Yoichi Wada, in particular, became Sakaguchi's largest source of opposition internally, and their disagreements came to a head when the Spirits Within bombed at the box office and lost the company tens of millions of dollars. Anticipating that the shareholders would ultimately side with Wada, who became the president of Square shortly thereafter, Sakaguchi had already laid down his plans to walk away and start his own independent studio. In early 2001, before the release of Spirits Within, he had already registered a trademark for Mistwalker and secured its domain name. Though he stayed on at Square in an executive producer role for Final Fantasy XI and XII, he was also making preparations to go his own way. And in 2003, he left the company which had served as his home for 20 years, and upon which he had founded his name and legacy, to begin a new phase of his career as an independent game maker.
Don't love that transition. Let's see if we can make that better. Probably just extend it.
Career as an independent game maker.
Okay.
What many people don't realize is that Mistwalker, until recently, didn't have the staff or resources to operate as a true development studio. For most of its operation, the company has...
Cut seemed weird. What happened there? Oh, there's one frame of that kid doing something weird.
operate as a true development studio. For most of its operation, the company has primarily focused on the story, concept art, and music elements of their games, while outsourcing all other development to third-party companies such as Feel Plus, R-Tune, and their parent company, AQ Interactive.
That will be not so choppy when it is done.
Sakaguchi still held a supervisory role during the production of games like Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, but the bulk of the development of those games was actually handled by R-Tune and Feel Plus respectively.
I think I'm going to do a crossfade on that instead.
Was actually handled by R-Tune and Feel Plus respectively. In an interview with
I like that better, but I think I want it a little shorter.
Handled by R-Tune and Feel Plus respectively.
That's better.
In an interview with Gamasutra, Lost Odyssey's executive producer, Rei Nakasato, discussed Mistwalker and Sakaguchi's level of involvement by stating that it was very close when we were starting up the project. There was a Mistwalker office, which is a really small company, so it's basically just Sakaguchi. It's like the Sakaguchi office. It's like 3 or 4 people in that office. So we rented a big space next to Mistwalker for about 10 people. At the beginning of the project, we sent those 10 people in next to Sakaguchi's office and did initial work. He was writing the story while this was happening. Now that things are going well, he's more hands-off. We probably see him twice a month. He lives in Hawaii, so he spends half his time in Japan and half in Hawaii. When he's in Hawaii, he writes a lot. When he's in Japan, he does more producer-oriented stuff. He's quite involved, and I think he's coming in again now that the game's playable. He'll probably come up with a lot more comments. We try to satisfy him as much as possible. That will take place over the next few months. Considering that Sakaguchi no longer had access to Square's talented staff or resources, he relied on collaborations with other well-known artists and creators in Japan. One of these was with famed manga artist Takehiko Inoue.
I'm going to change how I pronounce his name. Change the pronunciation of Inoue. This happens at 6 minutes, 3 seconds. Sure, it's Inoue instead of Inoue.
Artist Takehiko Inoue, who is best known for his basketball manga Slam Dunk and samurai series Vagabond. When looking at the art from Vagabond in particular, you can immediately see how his unique style was carried over to Lost Odyssey, and his work certainly provided a stellar look and feel you don't typically see.
I want that fade to be a little longer.
Provided a stellar look and feel you a stellar look and feel you don't typically see in JRPGs.
I like that better.
In addition to his original character designs, Final Fantasy IX art director Hideo Minaba, alongside Christian Lorenz Schurer, who also worked on Final Fantasy IX, lent their talents to the architectural and clothing designs, and again, I think those influences are pretty apparent. Beyond these talented artists, Sakaguchi also turned to best-selling author Kiyoshi Shigematsu to write The Thousand Years of Dreams, and of course Nobuo Uematsu to compose the music. But I'll go into more depth on their roles a little later. It's just impressive to stand back at the outset of analyzing Lost Odyssey and appreciate the wealth of talent that was assembled for this project. Perhaps it would be blasphemous to equate it to that of Chrono Trigger's Dream Team, but these guys were no joke either. On the other hand, Sakaguchi's choice to publish Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey as Xbox 360 exclusives, rather than releasing them on PlayStation 3, the platform of choice for most of his longtime fans, is something that has confused a lot of players.
Something that has confused. It sounds like I say is. Something that is confused.
Is something that is confused.
Something that has confused. Make sure to pronunciate that better. Change or enunciate better. Enunce or enunciate? I think it's enunciate. Has at 7:22.
Is something that has confused a lot of players. One would think that such an unconventional choice was driven by solid market research or insider information on industry trends, but the truth is, it might have been motivated by nothing more than a personal beef with Ken Kutaragi, former CEO of Sony Computer Entertainment America. In the June 2007 issue of Electronic Gaming Monthly, Sakaguchi was quoted as saying, "The PS3's architecture is tricky, and I don't like Ken Kutaragi." While the PlayStation 3 was notoriously difficult to work with for third-party developers, Microsoft had absolutely no footing with their market share in Japan, so the second part of that statement feels like it held more weight in Sakaguchi's decision to skip the PS3. In this Polygon article detailing the legacy of Kutaragi in the games industry, it says the following. For years, colleagues have described Kutaragi with a mix of admiration and fear, commonly referring to him as Crazy Ken and telling stories about his tirades at work. Talk to people who knew him in the Sony days, and they'll often describe him as moody, stubborn, and an extreme micromanager. And nearly everyone who worked closely with him in those days seems to have stories of his abrasive approach. Mistwalker founder Hironobu Sakaguchi says Kutaragi blew up at him in a discussion in the mid-2000s, noting that he plans to take the details of that conversation to his grave. Whatever happened between them, it seems to have been bad enough for Sakaguchi to risk taking a hit to Lost Odyssey's selling power in Japan, knowing full well that Microsoft's marketing strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change its marketing strategy in Japan. There are a lot of excellent games on the 360, far better games than what's on the Wii or PS3, but not a lot of people in Japan have a clear idea of what games like Gears of War are all about. Just look at the Windows Vista commercial, it's terrible. That being said, he seemed to really believe in the Xbox 360 and had a lot of trust with some of the higher-ups at Xbox Japan, whom he had worked with in the past at Square. When I started out with Mistwalker, I decided to create these two titles, and I was talking to Akira Toriyama, Takehiko Inoue, and also Kiyoshi Shigematsu, and we were preparing, but I had nobody in mind about who to go with on the hardware side of things. And of course, the projects needed funding, and obviously a publisher. And at around this time, I was talking to Maruyama and also Kawai, and Mr. Maruyama was the one I worked with when I was still working at Square. And at that time, Mr. Maruyama was working on US sales of Final Fantasy, so I had a very strong trust with Mr. Maruyama, and also Mr. Kawai was the one who was working on Final Fantasy 7, 8, and 9, so I really trusted these two, and that's why I chose to go with Microsoft. While Lost Odyssey started its initial development internally at Microsoft, it didn't get off to a very smooth start, according to Rei Nakazato. Lost Odyssey was once an internal project that was done by my staff anyway, but it wasn't going well. One of the reasons it wasn't going well was because it was an internal project and Microsoft's culture and systems made it harder. We couldn't go smoothly. That's when we decided to make our team an independent studio, and I asked Mr. Nakayama to found the company. I then moved several Microsoft people into that studio and also hired a good number of people into that studio. I joined that company a little later, after I finished 99 Nights.
I need to do something there to signify that I'm changing
people into that studio.
Like that I'm going to, whoops.
I joined.
Narrow it and it's hard because it's kind of toward the end of the line, but not really much I can do about that. This will at least show them more or less where I'm skipping to.
A good number of people into that studio. I joined that company a little later, after I finished 99 Nights. When asked why Microsoft's systems and culture made development difficult, he responded by saying, "One thing is cost. Man-month cost is very high. Not salaries, but being a Microsoft employee is expensive. We have a fixed amount of budget, and with Microsoft's man-month cost, we can only do so much. But if we move the company, per person per month cost goes down, so we can do more. So that's one thing." Recruiting was another problem. We had to recruit a lot of people, and Microsoft as a company has a very high bar to hire people in. The person has to be generally superior in all areas, but game specialists in general are often great in one area and not so great in others. It was very hard to meet all the hiring criteria that Microsoft had, so it was hard to hire people, stuff like that. Interestingly enough, much of the staff he ended up bringing on were ex-Nautilus developers, guys who worked on games like Kodelka and Shadow Hearts. These were devs with lots of experience in the genre, and according to Nakasato, this was a big reason why getting his team unified on the design philosophy was a smooth experience. The game system itself is a traditional JRPG, so we had a lot of people who had a lot of experience with this, and we didn't have to worry. There are so many people used to developing traditional JRPGs that from the perspective of game design, I don't think there was a problem. That being said, the development process was far from smooth sailing. Nakasato went on to note that having a large staff so early on, before Xbox 360 development kits were available, actually ended up costing the team a lot of time and effort. I think perhaps we started too early in the project and ended up having too many people involved at too early a stage. Game designers had to start the design before they even had the hardware, so a lot of what they did had to start off with trying to imagine what things might be in the future. So we had to redo a lot of those things. Working with Unreal Engine 3 on next-gen hardware also proved difficult for Fuel Plus. While it was cutting edge at the time, it was also designed in a way that felt foreign to how many of the team members were used to building games. It took some time and growing pains for them to become united in how they should go about using Unreal Engine more efficiently. In Japan, those who are used to JRPG engines have a different style. Both are inconsistent and incompatible. If we knew that earlier, we could have had a consensus that we should use Unreal 3's method, but we just applied our old philosophy. According to Nakasato, that integration didn't end up.
I feel like it needs just a little bit more of a pause there before the next one comes in. Luckily, that's easy enough to do. Just let it hang.
Old philosophy. According to Nakasato, that integration didn't end up going so well. I think we were able to get really highly skilled people together, but it was a new team, a new platform, and a new middleware. Because of this, I think it was quite a challenging project. I don't think that could have been resolved, but we've done it once, so if we were to do it again, we could do it much more smoothly and be more productive. Despite all this difficulty behind the scenes, Lost Odyssey doesn't show many rough edges for it. The gameplay experience is so smooth that I wouldn't have guessed that the devs struggled so much with the hardware. I'll get into the mechanics later, but it was interesting to me as a longtime fan of Sakaguchi.
I need to mention there that what I mean by smooth is not like frame rate. It's not like frame rate or performance so much as like just like the experience of going from place to place. It's not like a lot of glitches or stuff like that. That might be one of the things I need to put in here.
Scenes. Lost Odyssey doesn't show many rough edges for it. The gameplay experience is so smooth that I wouldn't have guessed that the devs struggled so much with the hardware.
So around 1405.
I'll get into the mechanics later, but it was interesting to me as a longtime fan of Sakaguchi that the story was where I ended up having the majority of my personal criticisms. That being said, it's difficult to parse who exactly bears the responsibility for some of its conceptual and presentational missteps. While Sakaguchi is credited as the scenario writer, he's not credited for writing the script, and obviously did not direct the game. He did, however, serve in a supervisory role, with Nakazato indicating that he was quite involved in giving feedback. The team also seemed to make a concerted effort to please him. Without being able to talk to these...
Did that one have a scale on it? I don't know if it did. Did not, I could tell. Oh, yes it does. Never mind.
The team also seemed to make a concerted effort to please him. Without being able to talk to these men face to face, it's impossible to know exactly how the process was handled, but we do at least have some good quotes from Sakaguchi that establish his personal goals and aspirations for how he wanted the story to land with players. And I think that's the best place to start in analyzing what we ultimately ended up getting. My biggest desire with Lost Odyssey was
I'm going to definitely do the thing I was talking about with
to make an innovative game that would incite players' emotions. So I took a less risky way and made a traditional style game, but put a lot of effort into the stories in the game. My wish is that players will be absorbed into the conflicts and moral dilemmas in Lost Odyssey. I'm most happy when I see a tear in the eye of someone playing Lost Odyssey. I wish for people to not play the game without paying attention to the story and the difficult situations they will face. The aim for Lost Odyssey was to create an emotional experience for players, so we believe the traditional RPG gameplay will work best for this game and its fans. These systems make the game more interactive while not taking away from our focus, which is the story of Lost Odyssey. This game is appealing to players' emotions even further. It has received a reputation as the very first game that made me have tears in my eyes from Japanese players. I was most pleased by that comment. My overall target for the game is I want players to identify with the characters' attitudes of trying to be kind to others while embracing many conflicts and depressions in themselves, rather than leaving them with a cold and vacant feeling. It was the same when I created Blue Dragon. In each of these quotes, Sakaguchi continually emphasizes that the team's focus was to create an emotional experience, to really center their attention on the story. For this reason, I'll be placing a larger emphasis on breaking down the game's narrative, since many of its systems and mechanics, while all really sound, are mostly derivative of other RPGs. For the most part, that's a good thing, and I'll still take some time to go over them because there are some pretty unique ideas here, but the story is where this game really sets itself apart. I'll be discussing the story without spoilers first, but we'll have to dig into spoiler territory in sharing a few examples. I'll make sure to give a clear warning beforehand, however, so no need to worry if you haven't played the game. I want to start by talking about the 1,000 Years of Dreams that I referenced in the introduction of the video. To briefly summarize, the 1,000 Years of Dreams are a sequence of memories that took place in the main protagonist's life, events that he has forgotten about but is slowly recalling as you journey through the game world and interact with certain people and objects. Because this is a JRPG, Kaim is, of course, an amnesiac. This trope is well beyond commonplace for the genre. It's almost become a part of its core identity at this point. However, Lost Odyssey does something with it that makes the device a little more interesting than what you typically see in JRPGs. As it's structured, the process of recovering these memories, which play out as text interludes that resemble Japanese sound novel games, becomes one of the most enjoyable aspects of the entire experience. Each of these sequences was written by award-winning Japanese novelist Kiyoshi Shigematsu, a contemporary writer and one of the best-selling authors in Japan. To say that it shows would be an incredible understatement. Every one of these short stories is thoughtful and emotionally impactful, remaining tightly woven with the game's central theme of exploring the burdens of immortality. As I read these dreams, it became clear to me that Shigematsu is an experienced storyteller with a strong grasp on his craft, keeping his prose concise and well-paced while managing to be as expressive as is necessary for heart-rending scenes such as these. Sakaguchi described it this way: "The reason I've used Kiyoshi Shigematsu as part of this project is because we don't see enough emotion in video games yet, whether to do with family or some other emotional elements, something that brings tears to your eyes. The main element in these games is often fighting or whatever, but I want these emotional elements. I think the main character, who has been living for 1,000 years and can't die, he has 1,000 years of memories, and that creates a lot of emotional moments." It was these short stories from Shigematsu that helped convince J. Rubin, one of the most respected Japanese literary translators in the world, to work on the project despite being adamantly opposed to the violence depicted in most big-budget video games. To say that it's out of the ordinary for game developers to seek the expertise of a scholar of Rubin's caliber is putting it lightly, and he was equally baffled by the opportunity. I thought there was no way in hell I was going to add to the world's supply of senseless violence, but I agreed to at least have a look at the material. I was shocked to find that both pieces carried a strong message that violence is a terrible human failing and that the taking of life deserves only punishment. The strong moral core opposed to violence and the vivid imagery with which Shigematsu brought home this lesson for his young readers convinced me that I should sell out immediately. No, seriously, I wouldn't have translated a bunch of blood and guts slice-em-ups, but it certainly didn't hurt that they were willing to pay well for these fundamentally wholesome didactic pieces. I can honestly say that the 1,000 Years of Dreams, for me, was the strongest storytelling element in the entire game. These stories, while taking place at different times throughout Kaim's life, remain thematically tied to the game's exploration of what immortality might actually be like, making each dream feel relevant and clear as to its purpose, while allowing each of them to stand on their own. Ultimately, though, these dreams could be viewed as optional content to the main game, seeing as they're entirely skippable. You don't have to read them to understand the story of Lost Odyssey, but I'd argue that you do have to read them to understand its message. Because while the 1,000 Years of Dreams makes a concerted effort to pose and reflect on the game's thematic question, the main story doesn't make the same kind of effort to answer it. That's about as much as I can say without using specific examples, so let this serve as your official warning that I'll be moving into spoilers now. If you'd like to skip ahead, I've put a time code on screen for you.
I'll probably need to change that now. Don't forget. Spoilers. Once it's all finished, I'll need to make sure that that's correct.
Let's take a look at some of the passages from these short stories to demonstrate what I mean. In the third dream sequence, titled White Flowers, this part really stands out to me.
I think what I want to do on that, it's tough because I want there to be a color mat that's white under it, and I want it to cross dissolve in from white.
In the third dream sequence, titled...
Maybe I need to do a dip to white or something.
In the third dream sequence, titled...
Yeah, that's tough. It's tough.
In the third dream sequence, titled White...
Oh, man. Maybe I can't do it. Alright, forget it. Forget it. Just do it how you were doing it before.
In the third dream sequence, titled White Flowers, this part really stands out to me. At this stage of his life, Kaim had settled down and married a mortal woman, and with her had born a child. After an earthquake, he loses them both, and this is the section that follows. Kaim could never say to his daughter, "You go first to heaven and wait for me." I'll be there before long. Nor would he ever know the joy of reunion with his loved ones. To live for 1,000 years meant bearing the pain of 1,000 years of partings. In the 9th dream, titled The Talkative Mercenary...
Why didn't I cross dissolve on that one? That's kind of a weird choice. Hey, what the fetch?
In the 9th dream, titled The Talkative Mercenary, Kaim is working as a warrior for hire. On the eve of a great battle, one which most of the men understand they will not survive, a young man begins to panic. After helping him defect and run away in the night, Kaim is confronted with the following question. What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away.
I need to, zoom in on this.
In the 9th dream...
Because it's the same background. So I need to do, a scale.
What about you?
So that it's, zooming in.
What about you? You want to live...
Then we'll want to, easy ease these.
What about you? You want to live...
Oh, that's weird. Linear? Oh, come on. Ease in, ease out? Is that what needs to happen?
What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me.
What the fetch am I doing? Oh, these need to be Beziered. That's what I'm trying to do.
What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't...
I'll kind of slowly push in a bit more.
What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you? Want to live? No. Kaim had no great desire to live. Die, do you? Want to live? No. Kaim had no great desire to live.
These need to be pushed over just a little.
Want to live? No. Kaim had no great desire to live. He lives because there's nothing else he can do. He lives because he has to.
Alright, this isn't perfect yet. Let me get
Away
this.
in the night, Kaim is confronted with the following question. What about you? You want to live too, don't you?
It's just not very smooth. Maybe I could have it already in place.
What about you? You want to...
Wow. So fast. Maybe I don't need to zoom in quite so far with it. It won't feel so... crazy. To be so far out, you know.
What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you?
That's kind of crazy move.
What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you?
It's too sporadic.
What about you? You...
It needs to start.
What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you? Want to live? Titled The Talkative Mercenary, Chaim is working as a warrior for hire. On the eve of a great battle, one which most of the men understand they will not survive, a young man begins to panic. After helping him defect and run away in the night, Chaim is confronted with the following question. What about you? You want to live too, don't you? You should run away with me. You don't want to die, do you? Want to live? No. Chaim had no great desire to live. He lives because there's nothing else he can do.
That's all right.
He lives because he has to. Toma is far too young, his own burden of life far too fragile for him to know the pain of such.
Okay. Pain of such a life. At 22:32. I need to fix that.
Such life. In the 11th dream, titled Letters from a Weakling, Chaim is horrified to find out that a woman he once loved, who ended up marrying a friend of his, was driven to suicide by the terrible racism she was forced to endure from her husband's family. As Chaim confronts his former friend, beating him over and over again for not protecting her, he comes to realize that he himself had neglected her calls for help. Despite being strong in many areas, he ultimately showed the same weakness as his friend, and upon visiting their graves many years later, recalls his feelings during that time. Every now and then, Chaim remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endlessly long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be strong in all things, the memory is a bitter one. If only he had been the person he is today, the present-day Chaim would not have rejected such human weakness. Now he would accept the fact, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with genuine heartbreak, that everyone is weak.
All right, I'm going to try something different on this. I'm going to go back to regular speed. But
on visiting their graves many years later, recalls his feelings during that
so once it's
time.
Fully in for this, I don't know if there's enough space. Never mind, can't do it. Can't do it.
Every now and then, Chaim remembers Alex and Mina as he proceeds on his endlessly long journey. When he thinks back on what he himself was like in those days, wanting only to be strong in all things, the memory is a bitter one. If only he had been the person he is today, the present-day Chaim would not have rejected such human weakness. Now he would accept the fact, sometimes with a pained smile, sometimes with genuine heartbreak, that everyone is weak. If only he could begin his journey again, Mina might not have to die. But this is no more than a hopeless dream. He meets them only once, and they are gone forever. The mortals, the humans, the ones without eternal life. This is what makes them all the more dear to him. This is what makes his breast burn for them. Just in reading these excerpts, you can see what Sakaguchi was talking about in wanting to evoke powerful emotions from the player, and the 1,000 Years of Dreams absolutely delivers on that promise. Each one displays refined storytelling that explores a unique premise with incredible depth. The main plot, however, isn't as focused on this motif.
Not in love with that transition, I feel like.
Wanting to evoke powerful emotions from the player, and the 1,000 Years of Dreams absolutely delivers on that promise.
I'm going to move this quite a bit further over and let this really fade out.
On that promise. Each one displays refined storytelling that explores a unique premise with incredible depth.
Bring this in here. What's up, Big Nair?
Each one displays refined storytelling that explores a unique premise with incredible depth. The main Dreams absolutely delivers on that promise. Each one displays refined storytelling that explores a unique premise with incredible depth. The main plot, however, isn't as focused. focused on this motif. During the course of the story, it's revealed that Kaim, along with 4 other immortals, came to the mortal realm as observers from a parallel universe. They'd been sent to investigate a link between the worlds, one which was theorized to be causing the destabilization of the immortals' homeworld. Gongora, one of the 5 who was sent, describes this in his journal.
Our pure and tarnished world was being warped and distorted by some unknown force, not unlike a virus distorting a living being.
It's revealed that the energy that was distorting their world was actually human emotion. Apparently, in their own world, they're devoid of emotion, and when they entered the human world, the memories of their former lives were erased. However, they couldn't die like other humans. This isn't the same kind of immortality that the elves have in Lord of the Rings.
Going to increase the opacity on this quite a bit, probably up to 65.
This isn't the same kind of immortality that the elves have in Lord of the Rings either. While Kaim and the others don't appear to age, or to be more accurate, just age very, very slowly, they also can't be killed. Due to some differences in the space-time continuum or something, 1 year in their world is equivalent to 1,000 years in the human world. During this 1,000 years, Gongora rediscovers their purpose, but becomes corrupted by the emotions he's now able to feel. He develops a lust for power and control, clinging to his immortal life, and decides he's going to stay and rule over all humanity. Knowing the others would resist him, he erases their memories again and uses them for his own schemes, gathering the magic energy needed to destroy the portal that connects the worlds. At the beginning of the game, Kaim is working for Gongora, but throughout the story, as he meets the other immortal characters, they collectively regain their memories and set out to stop his quest to rule the world. In the midst of this, we see Gongora engaging in political plots to put himself in advantageous positions, but it's all fairly standard fantasy fare. What ended up giving me pause, though, was how the game concluded. After reading all these dreams, which continually pointed to what a burden eternal life is, and given how Gongora's desire to cling to such a life is condemned, I found it strange that, in the end, Ming, Kaim, and Sarah all decided to stay in the human world themselves. In this scene, where the immortals meet up after their 1,000 years, knowing it's time to go home, they're shocked when Gongora announces his intention to stay. It's unthinkable to them, and they tell him there's no way their superiors on the other side will allow it. They seem eager to return to their homeworld, which makes sense, wanting some form of rest from such long lives filled with the loss of loved ones. In the end, however, Ming ends up falling in love and marrying Jansen, one of the most unconvincing romances I've ever seen depicted on screen, and Kaim and Sarah decide to stay and raise their grandchildren. Given the inevitable conclusion of these scenarios, in which Jansen and the children will grow old and die, the pain of which is something the immortals have lived through countless times, I was confused that the game seemed to play this off as some kind of undisputed happy ending. It's like everything we learned about during Kaim's 1,000-year experience plays no bearing in this decision.
Okay, that's another one I need to re-record.
It's like everything...
27, 25. Like everything plays no role or has no bearing. 27, 25.
It's like everything we learned about during Kaim's 1,000-year experience plays no bearing in this decision, and he ends up clutching to his life just like Gongora did, sans the plot to rule the world, of course. Ultimately, the immortals' emotions get the better of them, the very same emotions that were apparently corrupting their world, and it feels like a conclusion that in many ways is at odds with the thread woven in the 1,000 Years of Dreams. This world of mortals is against the very nature of the immortal beings, and their 1,000 years of loss and heartache, emotions they were never meant to feel, was a constant reminder of that. Yet, when all is said and done, they don't seem to accept this.
It needs to start fading sooner.
To accept this.
Yeah, that's better.
Don't seem to accept this. On the contrary, Sarah reflects on the fact that human emotions are what led to her ability to love Chaim in the first place, suggesting that life with emotion, even though it comes with terrible grief, is still preferable to life without it. Perhaps this is best articulated by the famous expression,
"'Tis better to have loved and lost than never to have loved at all."
It could also be said that while Chaim's mindset about
Kind of want to do a crossfade on that too. It's gonna do a nest on this.
Loved at all.
It could also be said that while Chaim's mindset about it
At all.
It could also be said
Something weird. Oh, that's why. It's
At all.
It could also be said that while
that's better.
Chaim's mindset about his 1,000 years might have been more cynical at one point, that he learns to appreciate the time he had with loved ones despite being forced to accept permanent separation from them. It could be argued that during the course
Whoa, that was a weird, freaking glitchy cut there. The F was that? I have no idea what's happening in this frame. What the fetch is this? This game has some kind of strange screen tearing and other problems on cuts. Like cuts between cameras.
that he learns to appreciate
But I never saw anything like that before. That was crazy.
appreciate the time he had with loved ones despite being forced to accept permanent separation from them. It could be argued that during the course of the game's events, he softened a bit on this, being given the chance to reunite with his daughter, if only briefly, before her death, which led him to feel responsible for his grandchildren's care. It could also be said that reuniting with Sarah played some role in his change of mindset, and that the idea that an immortal life is filled only with heartache and loss is short-sighted, since it would also be filled with many moments of genuine happiness. I think this could have been a fine conclusion for the story to settle into, but it doesn't spend the time required to show this change occurring within Chaim. We don't get any scenes where we see his outlook on his immortality changing, where he reflects on the pain he suffered in the dreams, but is convinced those experiences are only one side of the coin, so to speak. There's no time in the main story dedicated to this kind of philosophical realization or epiphany. We don't have moments where the characters discuss this with one another.
Hold on. Yeah, his hair.
No time in the story dedicated to this kind of philosophical realization.
Alright, I'm going to go to white color matte and not fade back to his face there because it's just too short of a cut. Oh, stop. I'm trying to pull you in here. And then we're gonna do the cross dissolve from white into this.
Or epiphany. We don't have moments
That's gonna be a much better cut.
dedicated to this kind of philosophical realization or epiphany. We don't have moments where the characters discuss this with one another, where they share their own unique experiences and perspectives on their immortality, and whether they've concluded that an immortal life is worth the fatigue and dejection that comes with it. Essentially, whether the good parts outweigh or justify living with such terrible losses for eternity. Instead, what you get are a lot of scenes like this.
Is it true the Kents have requested a truce?
Indeed. We heard that enough men were committed to cover the Wall Highlands and that most of the Kent force were eliminated. This war was started by them. It's only right they withdraw.
Is this one not scaled properly? I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. It's so weird. Okay, watch this, right? There's a black bar to the right. Right? This is the edge of the screen. However, this character is actually crossing over the top of the barrier of the screen. Now, in in Gongora's shot, when it cuts to him, it's more obvious that this is meant to be the edge of the screen, right? Like this black sort of strip is it's like the aspect ratio is not filling the screen, but this guy is crossing it. It's so weird. I have no idea why it's doing that. Very, very strange thing. I don't get it at all. I don't know if I did it on any of these, to be honest.
Instead, what you get are a lot of scenes.
Is this one? I can't tell if this one is done. It is.
It's like this.
Is it true the Kents have requested a truce?
Indeed. We heard that enough men were committed to cover the Wall Highlands and that most of the Kent force were eliminated. This war was started by them. It's only right they withdraw.
There are also those who long to restore a powerful monarchy. Regardless of what your highness may desire, our country struggles with two political forces, the past and the present.
The authorities in our military have voted unanimously to seize Ura as a preventative measure.
You plan to start a war?
The White Boa is already being converted into a battle flagship, and we've begun assembling troops and arms. This action is for the sake of the entire world.
As you can see, it has been refitted with weapons. Do you understand what this means? Numara, like Kent before it, is baring its aggressive fangs at our country.
It is increasingly likely that our three countries, Gotsa, Ura, and Numara, will go to war. The purpose of this meeting is to find a way to avoid that. I want very much to hear what Queen Ming has to say on this subject.
In other words, I don't feel this ending is earned. Instead, the story focuses the majority of its attention on stopping Gongora's plot to rule the world, which I find to be the least interesting aspect of Lost Odyssey's premise, the potential of which is tragically untapped by the time the ending credits roll.
I need to do a cross dissolve on that. It's a little rough, that cut.
Is tragically untapped by the time the ending credits roll.
That's better.
In the end, I remain...
I have not seen True Romance. And yes, everything about General Kanarkis, or whatever his name is, Kanakis, he is ridiculous. The guy is a terrible villain. I freaking hate him.
Remain unconvinced that eternal life would become anything less than a prison for the person experiencing it. A repetitive, unending cycle that would be less and less fulfilling as time went on. I would have liked to see the game dive more into that philosophical question with its main plot, perhaps even offering a strong counter-perspective to my own. Perhaps it can be said that Kaim just
Did not scale this one.
hadn't reached that point, even after his harrowing 1,000-year experience. In the end, he seems to have found the spark needed to stick around for a second millennium. But I guess I just failed to see how the events of the game would have provided that spark. Personally, I think
There's another one I didn't do. What the fetch? No. Thank you.
Message of acceptance that all things must
Okay, I need to do a re-recording here too.
eventually come to their end.
Death is the natural course of life. 32:18. Or alternatively, death is a natural part of life.
And that death is a natural course of life would have made for a more relevant and moving conclusion. In addition to this, the game's presentation is often clunky. Cutscene direction is stilted and stiff, And while the actors seem to have fine talent, the voice direction falls flat.
Yeah, I agree, Hat. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'll go with the second version of it.
Stilted and stiff, and while the actors seem to have fine talent, the voice direction falls flat.
Damn, they must be planning to invade Ura.
The tone is inconsistent as well. While the 1,000 Years of Dreams really captures that raw emotion and power that Sakaguchi suggested he was going for, the main story seems to be committed to undermining that tone with bad dialogue, awkward performances, cringe-inducing romance, and utterly cartoonish villains.
And with its power, I shall...
This one is not scaled up, which is not good.
And utterly cartoonish villains.
And with its power, I shall control the world! I shall lock your memories away!
What the balls?
I shall lock your memories away! I shall lock your memories away for all eternity!
What else could a villain want? I'm guessing you're asking that sarcastically. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Utterly cartoonish villains.
And with its power, I shall control the world! I shall lock your memories away for all eternity!
Displaying the kind of callow sensibilities one would expect to see in the most cliché shonen anime, rather than a story that was designed to evoke deep emotion from its players. I'm also a strong believer in...
With all this power, the first thing he needs to do is change that outfit. That's a good line.
In the philosophy that heroes are only as good as their villains, and in this case, the villains are incredibly weak.
How could I miss? One more chance! Oh, come back, cowards! Oh, my hand!
That's all, folks.
In every one of these aspects, Mistwalker...
I need to bring my voice in a little later. Comes in a little too quick.
In every one of these aspects...
Oops.
That's all, folks.
In every one of these...
Little more, a little more.
That's all, folks.
In every one of these aspects...
Yeah, that's much better.
Mistwalker improved tremendously with the last story, which featured Final Fantasy XII's cutscene director, and more importantly, Sakaguchi himself in the director's chair. That being said, I have to admit that for the most part, I really enjoyed playing this game. As someone who has lamented the changes we've seen in the Final Fantasy series since Sakaguchi left Square, I appreciated the orthodox JRPG design philosophy found in Lost Odyssey. In many ways, it feels like the natural evolution of the Final Fantasy series that could have followed Final Fantasy X, and feels truer to the classic Final Fantasy formula than anything Square has produced since 2001. The fixed camera angles and map design feel very much in line with FF10. The equipment system and ability acquisition shares many similarities with FF9, and this might be viewed as a bit of a purist statement, but JRPGs just aren't the same when they don't feature an overworld map. I love overworlds. I find them to be incredibly effective abstractions that make the player feel like they're traversing an entire continent or world without burdening the developers with creating gigantic maps filled with repetitive content, all in the pursuit of making traversal feel less empty and boring. That's
Boring. I need to pronounce that better. Enunciate boring better. 35, 28. If Kaim rode a chocobo, that would be awesome. If they added some kind of like spin on chocobos, and the game is called Lost Odyssey, I think that could have been a really cheeky thing to do.
all in the pursuit of making traversal feel less empty and boring. That's not to say that I've hated every open world game I've played. I've enjoyed quite a few of them. But it seems like developers have abandoned the overworld in favor of open world design littered with dozens.
I'm going to do another cross on that one.
In favor of open world design littered with.
That's better.
Abandoned the overworld in favor of open world design littered with dozens and dozens of waypoints that really only feature 5 or 6 unique kinds of missions or quest types. I'm not saying that I don't want open world.
This is playing a little slow, but it's high quality footage. Oh crap, my freaking recording thing is down there. I didn't realize that.
World-style games to exist at all. The Witcher 3 is my second favorite game of all time. What I'm saying is that in an ideal world, we could have both. Lost Odyssey's overworld map isn't perfect. You can't traverse the land on foot like in classic Final Fantasy games, but I at least appreciated that you could traverse the oceans in this way. I really miss the kind of exploration that came from gaining different vehicle types, allowing you to access different areas of the world once you unlock them. It was actually one of my favorite aspects of The Alliance Alive, and I wish more JRPGs would return to this style of map creation. In Lost Odyssey's case, you can use the smaller Nautilus to dive underwater and find treasure, but must rely on the larger white boa to break through sea ice and discover new areas.
Hold up. I want that to start a little later.
Discover new areas. For new areas.
Start like right there.
For new areas.
There we go.
I also really enjoyed the battle system. Lost Odyssey features true turn-based combat, opting against the active time elements that most FF games included since 4, giving the player as much time as they need to input their commands without worrying about enemies attacking them. One really unique feature first introduced here is the inclusion of guard condition. To put it simply, guard condition acts as a barrier between the characters in the front and back rows of your battle formation. When the characters in the front row are at full health, the guard condition will be full, offering
I think I need to get there quicker. My eyes were wandering a little bit there. I didn't know what I wanted to look at. It needs to, like, much more quickly get there.
When the characters in the front row are at full health, the guard condition will be full.
And then it needs to be the same between these. So, 204, wait a minute. 05, 25, 178. And then it needs to start moving up.
Row are at full health. When the characters in the front row are at full health, the guard condition will be full, offering extra protection. Front row are at full health, the guard condition will be full.
So then here it goes up to that.
When the characters in the front row are at full health, the guard...
Whoa, we have some whack freaking interpolation going on here. This is not cool. It should all be linear. It is all linear. I don't understand. Why is it doing that? What the fetch?
When the characters in the front row...
freaking stupid.
When the characters in the front row are at full health, the guard condition will be full.
What the fetch is going on, dude?
When the characters in the front row are at full health,
why is it moving at all? This is stupid. I'm going to do this all over again from freaking scratch. Just like turn these off. Restart. Jesus Christ.
When the characters in the front...
It needs to go way up fairly quickly. That.
When the characters in the front row are at full health...
Bam, bam.
The guard condition will be full.
And then we just move straight up to the guard condition. How hard was that?
When the characters in the front row are at full health, the guard condition will be full.
Actually, let's get there a little quicker.
Full health, the guard condition will be full, offering extra protection to the characters in the back row when enemies attack them. As the characters in the front row take damage, the guard condition decreases, putting your back row characters at greater risk. I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage or...
I think it needs to go back out quicker. So
I also enjoyed the...
That's great, but then this part needs to start pretty quick.
The aim ring system, which brings a timed...
And zoom out quicker. So it's just real.
I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a I also enjoyed the aim ring system, which brings a timed element to physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage.
Alright, that one, okay, we can make that one a little slower.
Physical attacks and gives the player a chance to add additional damage or status effects when performed with correct timing. The aim ring system becomes available once you've equipped a character with a ring, and the game also features a pretty robust ring crafting system where you can combine the components you pick up from defeated enemies to create new rings with different effects. There are over 200 rings that can be crafted in the game, and experimenting with them can be a lot of fun. The difficulty of the game is kept pretty consistent as well, mostly because of how leveling works. When a character is underleveled, they'll receive a lot of experience from each battle, getting them up to speed quickly. However, once the player reaches the appropriate level for an area, the amount of experience they receive decreases dramatically, which allows the developers to keep pretty tight control over the game's balance. It's pretty similar to how experience...
Make that transition quicker. Just cut right over to when it starts coming out. Black, like literally right after the loading screen, and then continue.
Dramatically, which allows the developers to keep pretty tight control over the game's balance. It's pretty similar to how experience was allocated in Suikoden 1 and 2. Some people probably won't enjoy this, but I like how it essentially eliminates the need for grinding. There is still one area where you can grind a bit and overlevel your characters if you want, as long as you employ the right strategy, but for the most part, I like that this game can be played without excessive grinding. It keeps the pace moving really well. I touched on this a bit earlier, but skill acquisition is another great feature here. A lot of abilities are learned from equipment, very similar to Final Fantasy IX, which keeps most equipment relevant throughout the entire experience. In addition to this, there are unique abilities learned by the mortal characters, which can be passed on to the immortal characters through skill links. In other words, the mortal characters only learn their abilities through leveling up. But the immortal characters can learn abilities both through equipping accessories and skill linking with the mortal characters. And if this is done effectively throughout the game, the immortal characters can learn every ability there is. They won't be able to equip every ability at once since they are limited by skill slots, but with careful exploration of the game's environments, slot seeds can be used to increase the number of skill slots each immortal character has, maxing out at 30 slots total for each. I also liked how in combat the immortal characters can't really be killed. If their HP decreases to 0, they'll be knocked out for a few rounds, but if left alone long enough, they'll eventually get back up on their own. Of course, if all your characters are KO'd, you still get a game over, but this was a nice little touch and a good example of telling the story through gameplay mechanics. There's also a lot of great side quests that, in traditional JRPG fashion, lead to the game's most powerful abilities and equipment. Many of these are obtained by traversing intricate dungeons and defeating the game's most formidable bosses, all of which are well designed and balanced. The dungeons in general are really good in Lost Odyssey, featuring some great puzzles that break the monotony of simply running forward and fighting. The environments are diverse and beautiful, and though the maps are usually designed as thin hallways, they often branch off and lead to good treasure, making exploration rewarding. It's also nice to see the inclusion of an auction house and battle arena, which were staples of classic Final Fantasy games, and give Lost Odyssey that classic FF feel. The auction house in particular is great because there's an achievement in Lost Odyssey for collecting all the treasure in the game, and if the player misses a few areas they no longer have access to, those items will appear at the auction house later in the game. The only real criticism I have of Lost Odyssey's gameplay is the fact that it's missing an escape spell. The dungeons tend to be really long in this game, and they generally don't take you back to the beginning once you've finished them. You have to trek all the way back through in order to leave, and that got pretty annoying in late-game dungeons. Shortly after Hironobu Sakaguchi left Square to form Mistwalker, Nobuo Uematsu, longtime Final Fantasy composer, also resigned from the company and went freelance. When asked what drove this decision, his answer, as always, was a bit different than you might expect. It's not exciting at all. I don't even know if you're going to be convinced with it. It's because the Square Enix office moved from Meguro to Shinjuku, and I never really liked the Shinjuku space. That commute, even by car, would have been an hour, and it just wasn't the right place for me. I felt whenever I stepped out of the station in the center of Shinjuku, I felt I lost direction, and it's always crowded and you can't breathe the clean air. Compared to Meguro, that wasn't the environment I wanted to be in. One alternate answer I can give is that as I moved up the ladder and it became more of a seniority thing, I got pulled into a lot of meetings during the day, and I never got to spend time focusing on concentrating on making music. So being grabbed in different directions and not being able to spend time within the company to make the music, I lost concentration. My decision was, do I want to stay at a company that's going to require a lot of non-creative time, or do I want to continue to make music? So continuing to make music is what I wanted to do and what I decided to do. After leaving Square, Uematsu formed his own production company, but has continued to contribute to several Square titles over the years.
Cross doesn't on this. Oh, my fetch, come on.
His own production company, but has continued to contribute to several Square titles over the years. He also committed early on to compose 3 titles with Mistwalker, including Blue Dragon and Lost Odyssey, and has retained a strong relationship with Sakaguchi ever since, remaining his go-to composer. Uematsu was particularly excited to write the music for Lost Odyssey, stating that this is the first serious RPG created by Sakaguchi after his long break. Isn't that as exciting as it sounds? Since the story was aiming for a rich, emotional experience, Uematsu wanted to record with live players as much as possible to elicit that response from the audience. Though not all the music features a live orchestra, much of it does, and a good deal of Uematsu's time was spent preparing for sessions with more than 50 players, with separate dates set up specifically for brass and strings to be put together later. Speaking on this process, he said in an interview with 1UP, "There aren't enough recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo." As is typical for Uematsu, the music of Lost Odyssey covers a range of musical styles, from orchestral to rock to electronic, but he seems to have a knack for bringing all of that together into a soundtrack that feels cohesive. It's quite difficult to describe in one word because I composed in many varieties of music for this game. I can say I succeeded in expressing myself very well in Lost Odyssey. I rarely listen to a soundtrack of my own, but I do again and again this time. Anyone who has watched my videos knows what a massive fan I am of Uematsu's work, and Lost Odyssey proves to be no different. His unique touch always ends up becoming a central part of the identity of the games he's worked on, and the melancholic nature of Lost Odyssey's music blends seamlessly into the story. carrying much of the thematic weight Sakaguchi was hoping to capture. There's no doubt that the music playing in the background during the 1,000 Years of Dream sequences is a massive contributor to the effectiveness of its tone, as well as its ability to tug on players' heartstrings. Uematsu even claimed in that One-Up interview that Lost Odyssey's soundtrack was his favorite among all the work he's ever done. I, for one, can attest to the soundtrack's power. Whether it be the main theme, area music, or a battle track, Uematsu pretty much nails all of it. The fact that Lost Odyssey was an Xbox 360 exclusive meant that many longtime Final Fantasy fans never got the chance to play it, since many of them stayed faithful to the PlayStation brand. For this reason, it would probably be a stretch for most people to buy an Xbox just for a single game.
It's really slowing down.
But it is worth mentioning that it's backwards compatible with current Xbox hardware and can be downloaded via the Microsoft Store. It's certainly a game I would recommend for old-school Final Fantasy fans, especially those who have been disenchanted with the recent entries, since Lost Odyssey captures the spirit of classic Final Fantasy in a way that I've not seen since the release of Final Fantasy X. There's a formula here that harkens back to those golden years, and it was refreshing to play through a more modern take on an orthodox style that we don't see so often anymore. The thematic content carries a weight that inspires introspection. The prevailing tone is one that I favor for epic fantasy stories of this kind. The combat is engaging and strategic, and its structure is one that I've missed in most modern JRPGs. The 1,000 Years of Dreams alone created a satisfying narrative experience for me, and while cutscene direction and the focus of the main plot failed to deliver on the incredible potential of the story's premise, the overall experience is still one that is worth playing at least once for RPG enthusiasts.
All right. I feel pretty good about all that. So we know what we need to do. We have all our notes here. 10 things I need to fix. Of course, I gotta figure out what I'm going to do about all the animations. Why don't we start with creating the animation for the timeline? That's probably going to take the most time of everything that I have left to do. So we're going to start here. Then there's 1, 2, 3. I may do away with this. 4, 5, 6 things I need to, or 7 things I need to re-record to fix the way that I said them or whatever. I think for these addendum things, I think I'll just do a comment. I'll just pin a comment to clarify some of that. That'll just make it easier. But the majority of the time spent today is going to be on animations. So let's get started with this. This is going to take a while. So let's get our color mat here. It looked and sounded great to me, almost like a documentary. I'll have to make some popcorn when you release. Thank you. I think it's like 95% of the way there. It's getting really close. Just a couple of things I need to fix, and I'll be pretty happy with it as well. So, I am convinced now, though, that I'm not going to do the full quote animations in After Effects. It's just going to take too long, and the perceived level of quality will be indistinguishable. I'm going to, from now on, just do the animation of the photograph of the developer sliding into place with the background kind of like a what do you call that, like strip, and then I'm just going to fade on the text in Premiere instead. So, let's see here. All right. Yeah, we'll do it in here. So, oh, dang it, I forgot to do that. Dang it, I hate it when I do that. It needs to be both of these things.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit.
Alright, so let's make a new layer. How am I going to set this up? Maybe I'll use my same background. Close this. Use the same background I've been using for all these, at least as a starting point. Just delete that. Let's get a white solid. Let's make it bigger. 38, 40. Like that, maybe. I don't want it to be black. I want it to be white. And we're going to do, let's see, mask. I guess I should have counted that, shouldn't I have? Probably. Dang it. Let's go back to the start. Let's just start over. I need to count the number of times I do it so that it's even on both sides. Okay, from here. Actually, from the very, I guess from, let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. And then these two here. Oh, come on. That's not what I wanted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, we have more or less an even thing. Now we need to make more. Dang it, F. Get in the center. Get in the center. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 1. So we'll have kind of like that, maybe a little less tall. 1, 1. I want to be a little bit thinner. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. Alright, so now we can just duplicate that mask. Go like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. I wonder if each one of these will be 5 years or something. No, I should probably make each one of them 1 year. Let me see here. Let me look at like a timeline animation and see if I can find one that timeline animation. Get some inspiration for this. Shut the fetch up. This is not at all what I'm looking for. Something more like this. That was not that great, and not really what I'm looking for. I'm going to do more of a move like this, like a 3D camera move, right? It's going to like pan down, kind of at a bit of an angle. That's kind of a cool idea, having something come up and out. And then I can put like Lost Odyssey 2007. You can go one down underneath. That's an interesting idea. And you can put like a thing on the background that opens up too. That's kind of a cool idea. Sometimes they're doing animations on the timeline itself, and then here they did like a video that appeared in the background. All right, that's something to keep in mind. So, do it that way. Duplicate this and go 1, 2, 3. Duplicate this and go 1, 2, 3. Duplicate this and go 1, 2, 3. And duplicate this and go 1, 2, 3. Duplicate 1, 2, 3. Duplicate 1, 2, 3. Duplicate 1, 2, 3. Duplicate 1, 2, 3. Why not one more time, I guess. Duplicate 1, 2, 3. Duplicate 1, 2, 3. So we have a bunch of years here. Let's pretend that one on this end, like right here, let's call this 2010-9-8. This is where Lost Odyssey is going to go. Put up a thing here. It says Lost Odyssey. And we'll go back to 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2000 over here. Some kind of animation like that. So, let's create our new camera. And let's rotate it. Oh, this needs to be a 3D. Okay. Now, position. closer to it. So rotate this. Oh my gosh, what did I do? Wait, so far. Oh, that's good. Stop. Stop. Closer to it. Like pretty much even on both sides. That's cool because then I can just copy. Okay. Start like right there, right? I think we're a little too close now that I think about it. We need to back up a bit. This needs to be scaled up. A lot. Probably brought a little closer to us. I don't know if we're getting like an appropriate sort of like I think actually what I should have done instead is scale this back down again. Let's get a light in here. Let's get a new camera. I can just look at what's happening here. Put in a light. Something like that. There with its interest there somewhere. Does that look like to this? It kind of just makes it look flat again. Just need to make the come on. There. 50 on that one or something. Alright, we're getting somewhere. Gonna move the camera down the path from here to here. It's gonna move down this way. This. What does that look like? Probably going to make the dashes a little shorter. Give myself more room on the screen to do things. Maybe I'll put a glow effect on this timeline too. That could look cool. I'll need to extend the other side of the timeline down further so it doesn't look like it's coming to an end. It just keeps going. And I'll need to create a box for the background. That's about the speed I want. That'll be good. Yep, I did all that tutorial watching years and years ago, though, so I kind of have it down now. Glow. Let's put glow on here. How does that look? It's a little too much. Maybe we do, that was the opposite way. 105. Just to give it that little bit of I don't know, maybe it's better without it. It's probably better without it. Just kind of makes it look like it has soft focus on it or something with the glow. I'll keep it on there and play with it, but for now I'll just kind of toggle it off. Alright, let's duplicate our background and rotate it on the Y. Nope. Wait, is that right? 90 degrees. And the position of it. Or is it intersecting? There. Scale it up a bunch. I don't want that seam. Seam looks pretty noticeable. How did I do this in the Prince of Persia video? I'm trying to remember. It's like a hardcore seam there. That doesn't really make sense. Is it because it's not... Oh, I'm doing it the wrong way. Why is that there? Is it just moving the seam with it? Or that, like, it's not actually touching? And it's coming through. That seems to have gotten rid of it for some reason. Well, it's there, it just doesn't look as hard. I guess it just depends on where in the scene, or where it meets with. What if I did another rotation on the Z by 180? Oh, that's right, that's not going to work. Go back to 0 on that. What if I did this negative 90? That fare a little better. Match up a little better. Let's see, now it comes in again, that really hard black seam, which makes me feel like what I need to do is put it there, but then move them both way over here. Scale them both up a bunch. That might have just taken away the need to do this at all, but I don't think I can see. Whatever. This will be fine for now. I'll work on the background a little later. Okay. What I need to do first is take these masks. What's up, Doom Guy? do that to them. 16 gigabytes of RAM is not enough at all. You need minimum 32, but recommended is 64. 16 gigabytes is not enough at all. It's not even close to being adequate for doing visual effects. Depends on what you're doing, really. But, I mean, with complex visual effects, yeah, you need a lot more than 16 gigabytes of RAM. I suppose I could select all of these at once. That would have been a lot faster. But I prefer doing things the slow way, I guess. Okay. Now, how does that look? Here. That's a little better. Now, I need to create the dates, like the years underneath, I feel. Do them underneath? Yeah, I should do them underneath. So let's grab some text and put 2010. Let's not do italic, let's do regular. It seems like about the right size font. And 3D layer, and right into the center. Is that the center? It is close to perfectly centered as possible. There. It's not even on the screen. All right. So we'll duplicate this. Let's actually find out which year this actually is. So we're gonna do what I said. Like here was gonna be 2010. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0, 9, 98. So yeah, we'll make this 2004. And 60 would be dead center. That's better. Okay. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3. Nope, 1, 2, 3. Do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12-ish gets us over to the next one. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. This one's going to be 6. Let's duplicate here again. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, does this come into view now? To camera B. Yes, it does. Okay, this is starting to look pretty cool. If you're going to do something similar to what I'm doing right now, it may be adequate. Like if you're just working with 2D layers and kind of basic shapes, with, you know, maybe some 3D camera and lights, it might be adequate. You're going to wait a lot longer for your render times. But if you're going to do anything with like motion tracking, 3D compositing, tons of different layers of effects, if you're running optical flares and particular simulations and like all this other kind of stuff, it's gonna bog it down big time. It's gonna be very difficult to what the fetch. Very difficult, just in general, to do what you want to do in any kind of reasonable time frame. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to duplicate this. All right, back up once. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I first got the Adobe package with a Lenovo laptop with only 8 gigs of RAM. Rendering a 1 hour and 30-minute podcast video took 37 hours to render. And yes, your render times will suck. Not even exaggerating, that was just Premiere. Given the news that the Tales of Arise is delayed, how are you holding up today? I didn't even know that happened. I'm sure all the Tales fans are very upset. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right, that should be it. That should be all. Starting point for camera should be a little further back. Oops, this way. We need to see 2008. I guess I'm going to need to extend the what do you call it, the timeline a bit, but that's fine. I can do that in a minute. And I'll probably need to put a light over here on this side. It's a little dark, but 2008, that's the year it was released, correct? Lost Odyssey. In December 2007, but in North America, February 2008. So that's what I'll use. I'll use 2008. What is baffling is there wasn't even a release date and it was still delayed. Why? Did they announce it would come out in 2020 though? They didn't give like a date, like a hard date, but they said 2020, right? Otherwise, that's just ridiculous. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's the second date that we're going to move to by the end of it. This one is going to be 1999. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And one more. 1998. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. All right. Save that. So, as we move through, there was nothing official for 2020? That makes no sense. Why would they freaking delay or announce a delay? Oz is correct on that. It's going to slow down there on 2002. Probably needs to get there a little quicker. Pew, pew. Something like that. And I think I need to do an easy ease. A little more to center this. But it's going to be a easy ease. Thousand-year timeline for Kym's life. Oh man. Just keep it going on the bottom for the whole video. Just keep pushing through time. All right, this is starting to look cool. Now, I'm going to have to add more lights. And, I think I'm going to do a cooler camera move than this. I'm not just going to make it like kind of this linear thing. I'm going to do a little bit of like a couple other keyframes on the animation to give it like more of a organic sort of flowing feel to it. I'll kind of make that the last touch, but this is at least sort of the baseline idea. I think what I'm going to do now is take this and all of these. Actually, no, don't take those. I'll make those a separate thing. We're going to take this, not duplicate, pre-compose as timeline. Bam. Now we're going to duplicate the timeline. Position. And it's going to have to go like this. And this too. And we're going to move it way over here. Oh, that's not going to work, is it? Oh, fetch. Well, I guess it will kind of work. I'll just have to eyeball this by the end of the timeline to make sure that it's lining up. Okay, it's not lining up at all, so bring it back. The idea is to kind of get it to look like it's seamless. That is not seamless at all. That's a little better. At the beginning, same thing. Duplicate it. Move it over here. The idea again is to make it look seamless, or as seamless as possible. So when we're moving through, we can't tell that it's not its own thing. Alright, we see a little bit of a seam in it. Maybe need to go further this way. Oh, I think I did the wrong one. Nope, I was doing the right one. No, this one. Thank you. That's the one we want. Now it does not have a seam. But it's also looking thinner than the other ones, so if I can pull it back just a touch without creating a seam, which is exactly what I did, then okay, I just won't worry about it. Alright. That takes care of that problem. Now we need some more lights. Let's duplicate this light and position it over this way. By this side, and change its orientation, point of interest, I should say, over here. Whoa, what the fetch? Where is it? Oh my gosh, I can't find it anymore. Make it a little brighter. What the fetch? There. I don't even know what it's doing. There. That gives it kind of an interesting dimension, and you can see it a little better. Cool. It's kind of pulling like that along the timeline. One thing I'm going to do, I think, start doing some more complex rotations and positioning here. So I'm going to pull it until it says,
But before we get into
it actually needs to go a little further over because we're going to fade this in, so it needs to actually be like way further back here. Oh, this is actually not good. Let me do it this way instead. Why don't we pull it out, rotate it. Tricky, 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 tricky. This is tricky. Undo everything I just did. It's going to fade in.
Before we get into that, let's
I think I'm going to need the background. This one first. To extend out this way quite a bit. So that I can start the camera move way further out here. Possibly even start it.
Before we get into that, let's turn back time. Around the turn of the century,
Needs to go even further. Needs to go even further out. Just to work.
Before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the
Okay, that's gonna more or less line up. How fast is this gonna be moving? Pretty quick. I could start an easy ease. I do not follow him, but I've seen a couple of his videos. I saw his Final Fantasy VII Remake video. Yeah, it's moving a little too fast for my taste at the peak. It's going to ease into there, right? So I'm going to turn this into an easy ease so that it starts off slower. Problem is it's going to start off slower, then really ramp up. But I could make that little... Oh, or I could just make them linear. We'll see. We'll see what feels good. I think I'm going to make these linear. I'm going to make these linear. But I'm going to make the other parts of it Bezier. This should feel a little more consistent. Oh, 2002 isn't even the one I want to finish on. I want to finish on 2000. Didn't even realize that. This is going to make it go even faster. And we're going to have to create more on that side of it, too. And light number 2 is going to have to increase in brightness. That. I kind of like time going off into an abyss after this, though. This is going to make it move even faster. Unless I scaled it out a bit. actually do think that's probably best. Let's go -900. And it's kind of like it's swooping in. We could even get more dramatic, right? Way out here. And we could even like have it be high up. This is where we can get some cool creative kind of moves, right? It's like way up here. We can have it be looking down. And it can kind of like do something kind of interesting like this. It's kind of interesting. Let's go even further with it. Like really twist it down. Do this Bezier. It needs to kind of come in and rest there on these, but I'm going to move it down with the rotation looking up a bit. What does this do? What does that look like? Let's turn back time a bit. It's moving really fast. I suppose I could just do this. See what that does. It's gonna get really fast towards the center. Like boop boop, Lost Odyssey release America or something. bit. I'm actually not even sure what I'm going to put in 2000, because, like, the merger with Enix didn't happen until 2002, maybe? Maybe I don't have to put something for that year. Maybe I can put merger with Enix 2002 and put, like, some kind of question mark at the 2000. Kingdom Hearts came out in 2001 or 2, I think. I think I'll put the date for the merger with Enix, but I'll put a question mark on 2000. No, we're just going back in time to talk about essentially what led up to him leaving Square and forming Mistwalker. So the line is, before we get into that, let's go back a bit and talk about blah, 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 blah. So, I'll show you.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in
That's the line. I did see that there was a definite seam in the background. Oh my gosh, how is that not filled? It just keeps moving the seam. What the fetch? Why? Why is that there? That is nonsense. They should... It should be... There. No, it just moved it again. That doesn't make sense. That does not make sense. At all, actually. It shouldn't be creating a seam until it's coming apart. It's like it has a black trim at the edge of it or something, which is freaking whack. Why is it doing that? That doesn't make any sense at all. Do I need to, like, do a mask or a crop on it or something? See, that makes sense because it's not fully lined up yet. Once they are meeting each other, there should not be a black seam. That doesn't make sense. Hold on. Like, it honestly doesn't. They don't have... The original image doesn't have that on it, does it? If I just, like, take... this, and I do a small mask on it. This is gonna be a weird fix if it works. What? What the freaking balls are you doing? That's fine. Okay, make that a subtract. I wonder if that fixed it. What the freak? No, it didn't. That doesn't make sense. Unless now it's doing it on the other one. On this background. Like if I erase that one, is the black... Yeah, it is. So I need to do it on this too. Just like something like this, right? Do subtract. Does that get rid of the black seam? Yes, but we just need to move it over again. There. Almost have it. There. That was freaking weird. Really freaking weird. Okay, that fixes that. I don't worry about that. But... Did you take any classes on this kind of stuff, or is it all self-taught because this looks hella complex? Ah, there's still a seam. There's still a seam. Why is there a seam? Okay, it's not there at when rendered at full. So that's good. A lot of it's self-taught. There's a website called videocopilot.net. Gotta spell it right. That has a lot of free tutorials on After Effects stuff. All kinds of cool things. Usually they do play a little quick review of it. Where he teaches you how to do this. Usually he shows you how to do this 100% in After Effects. There are some plugins he uses that he created himself. So, you know, you can buy plugins from him, like Orb, this Orb plugin that he used for this Earth. Some of this, he creates some plugins for After Effects, and so that's how he makes his money. He advertises the plugins with the tutorials. But when he got started, way back in the day, like when I started learning, he was just kind of a normal guy, right? Just like a regular dude, just showing you how to do interesting little things, like how to add camera shake to your videos, how to, you know, do blemish removal, how to do filters, how to do text blur, you know, basic color keying. This is all from years and years and years ago. And as time has gone on, you know, he teaches you how to do lightsabers and some other cool effects. I might actually use one of these tutorials to learn how to make that filter effect I'm going to try to put on for the dream sequence thing that I'm going to try to like emulate. I might use this one and take a look at how he did that. He probably uses particular, which I don't have. Anyways, though, there's lots of great tutorials on videocopilot.net, and you can learn the basics of After Effects this way, and then, you know, over time, you start relying on him less and less. Ooh, this kind of like ghosty energy, this kind of, I don't know what you'd call it. Wait. Okay, I get it.
Something. Now, we do amazing.
That kind of effect there, right? That has a similar sort of like ethereal, smoky, watery feel to it. So however he's doing that, he's probably using particular. And I don't have particular. But he might not have been using particular at this time. Maybe he was using CC Particle World, which I do have.
A cool
but
liquid.
Something like a liquidy effect on the outer edges. I'll probably just make a mask in the middle and then put the text there. But that kind of thing is maybe something I'll look at to see how he did that. So you can use it to sort of supplement anytime that you have an effect that you're working on. It's like how would I go about this? I'm not really sure. This is a great resource to come to like be like, okay, I can get an idea from one of these many different types of tutorials and see if I can figure it out and tailor it to my own project. So this is the resource that I used or have used for about a decade, and he's phenomenal. He's the secret MVP of visual effects artists. He has worked on films like Star Trek and Star Wars, the recent ones, and kind of showed how he did a couple of his effect shots that he did for those. Let me see if I can find them. So he did like the credit sequence. He did the credits sequence for Star Trek 2009, I think, or maybe it was for. Anyways, this was it. He shows you how he did his effects for that.
Oh, all right. Let's dive with JJ. Where's our Today I'm going to talk to you. Let's take a look.
So he did these credits titles at the end of the movie. I'll probably just this sequence here. Andrew Kramer is the guy who runs this website, and he's the one that created these for the movie. So he shows you how to do it in this tutorial. So he's phenomenal. He's the guy who taught me everything I know about After Effects, and he's got lots of awesome effects and stuff that you can learn. So feel free to use that. It's all free. Where was I? I should probably create the elements that I want to use for what I'm going to put on the dates. So we're definitely going to have one come out here for Lost Odyssey release. We'll have another one come out for Square Enix merger. And then one come off like this for big question mark. Or just put a big question mark above it or something like that. Maybe the founding of Mistwalker, which was probably around the same time. I don't want to put too many because there's not going to be room unless I go just straight up above it. Maybe I should do that just to make it less complicated rather than having like an arrow that comes off to the side with text. Maybe I could just go something that points, or it could just something that kind of appears straight above the ear with a little text underneath it. So let's try this. Let's start with... Oops. Keep doing that. Let's start with like a template. I'll get the Lost Odyssey box art. Is that what it looked like? That's not what mine looked like. Mine looked like this. Didn't look like that either. What the fetch? Maybe they had different box art in Japan. Probably did. This is the one that I have. It's a very small image, isn't it? Can you please give me something that's larger than that? I would really appreciate it. This one, I guess, would be okay. If I have to use it. I'd rather use the official box art, but maybe there's something large. Here we go. Use this one. Well, I don't think I'm going to finish this tonight, fellas. I got so much more to do. This is not going to happen today, I don't think. Yeah, I agree with that. Usually it is better. Alright, let's put it in here. Lost Odyssey box art. 3D. Scale it down. Position it up on top. To 240. You have to have text underneath it that would say Lost Odyssey release. Lost Odyssey released or something. I think I might make this metallic. How does that look in the animation? What did I do? Oh, it's not a 3D layer. There. This will probably be better than doing it the way I was thinking about doing it. Just put a big question mark above that one. All right, I need to move it over to the 2008 one. So let's get this back on. Let's pre-compose these two. And we will have to do that. Now, I think I can just do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. 12, that's 2006. 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There we go. It is now in the correct place. See how legible this is. The animation, I'm playing it at quarter resolution, so maybe I need to actually look at it at full. But see how quickly it goes by. I think we'll be able to read that pretty well. Back to 2000. Okay. Let me take a look at this at full real quick. This is going to take a second, but I do want to see. Alright, I'm going to let this pre-render for a second. I'll be right back. Alright, that's good enough.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big... But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big... But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit.
Alright. Let's do a Square Enix merger next. That happened... When did that happen? The original Square Enix Co. was formed in April 2003. So the merger happened in 2003. When was Mistwalker formed? In 2004. Financial backing of Microsoft. So he left. Wow. Sakaguchi resigned or left Square Enix, or Square, probably right before that merger happened. Like, it was in the works for a long time, but I think he probably left Square. In 2004, he founded Mistwalker with a financial... Okay, wait a minute. When did he leave... Sometime in 2003 he left. I don't know if it was like... He's listed as an executive producer on Final Fantasy X-2, which was released when? March of 2003 in Japan. So this was one of the first Square Enix games. Anyway, sometime in 2003 he left. I don't know when exactly. That's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna play Terra Battle. Let's see. Square Enix logo. PNG Alpha. Do you know what I should do with this, though? I'm going to have to... Okay, hold up. I'm going to have to reverse it so it's white instead of black. Because the dark background will make it hard to read. Square Enix, there it is. Alright, get it in here. Make a 3D layer, fine. Okay, so we need to fill. As white. Then we need to duplicate and this. Make them both subtract masks. Take the fill off the bottom one, and that's what you get. And on this one, do this and this. Bada bing. Square Enix. Pre-compose them as Square Enix. Oh wait, don't do that yet. Don't do that yet. Let's scale them down first. But it fits inside of there. Now we'll pre-compose it. Square Enix. it a 3D layer, scale it down. It'll fit above. 30 is probably fine. I wish I could see. I'm trying to remember. I think it was like 170 or something. What the freak? Yeah, somewhere around there, I think, is the level that it was at. And then we need text that says merger. That. Scale this up a little more. Actually, no, we can't do that because we're going to have Mistwalker next to it. In fact, I'm going to do this instead. Bing, bing. Something like that. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Got the square merger right there. Take a look at what that looks like in the final thing. Actually looks pretty good. Put a big question mark over 2000. Maybe put a couple other things in here, like let me see this a little bigger.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
I want a Mistwalker one on 2004. Mistwalker founded here or something like that. Mistwalker logo. Great if it was a PNG alpha instead of this. Nope, not gonna have any luck with that. I'll have to do it myself. That kind of sucks, actually. That really sucks. It's gonna be really annoying. We'll go with this one and see what I can do. Put it in here. All right, let's work on this for a second. What we need to do is Luma key out the bright parts of the image. What does that leave us with? Oh, wow. It just does not look good at all. Problem here is that it's not a large enough image to get like a good reading on the edges at all. So the edges are really messy. I could try to find what the logo font is. Is that really what the Mistwalker logo looks like on like games and stuff? Hold on. I think I have a Mistwalker game here. No, it doesn't have it on the front cover. It's published by Xseed. I don't think lasso would help because the edges are very undefined because it's a low resolution image. And so the lasso tool would do not really that well. But I do think that I could do this. That's the one. Tell me what that is. Georgia. Georgia does look similar, doesn't it? It's like, it's basically Georgia, but they've, I don't know what you call that, they've sort of squashed it a bit. I don't think they do, no. And it's probably really small. This isn't even it. What the fetch? They don't even have mistwalker.com. Mistwalkercorp.com. See, this is probably an exceptionally small image right here. Oh, crap. I think, what do you do? Don't you hit like F12? And then you can like try to find where the image is on the page. Click on it. Yeah, I already looked at that one, dude, my guy. It's see how low resolution this is? Even though it's a big image, like when you actually like up close, they just scaled up. They just scaled up a low quality image, essentially. So this would have the same problem. Yeah, the gray with the white makes it hard for edges. Isn't there? I wish Kaysen were here. He'd be able to tell me. where in all of this I can find this image and what size it is. Does anyone know HTML? It's because for the most part they don't actually do the developing. I mean, they did on Terra Battle, but and maybe some of Lost Odyssey, but I know AQ Interactive helped them with this. But they mostly margin. I wonder if there's a way to like find the image in this and like click on it and like have it take you to a separate page where this image would be located. But all this is doing is just taking you to the top again. Oh, that's annoying. It'd be cool if I could get that in a large format, but and it with an alpha background instead of a black background. Terra Battle? I think so. Terra Wars, maybe. It'd be cool if I could get this. This Walker Corp logo. There's a big Lost Odyssey logo. Air Battle. Yep. I see it down there. It's not the black one I need, it's the white one that I need. It's this one. Just use a pick of Sakaguchi instead of doing hip hop. Alright, I think I'm gonna have to go with just using Georgia font here. So actually, I'm gonna try something. If I really choke this lot. Just choke it all out. More. 100. That starts taking that away, so 110. Then I fill it with white. Is it? Yeah, it's still got the holes in it. Let's chuck it 120. 15. Alright, whatever. Anyways. Difference between this and then just text with a Georgia font that says Mist Walker. How different is it really? See, I think what they did is they went like this. I want to solo these things. Solo. I think this is the right font. I think this is the same font that they used. They used Georgia font. They went like this, and then they went like this. Ah, crap. Just get it more or less lined up. And then we just need to do, I think it's the kernel. The kerneling, whatever they call that. This just needs to come in a little bit more. Is it that, or is it... Which one spreads the letters out more? Can't remember. It's not this. Yeah, this. Get them closer together, and then you can... The only thing I need to do is here. This space in between these two. But the rest of it looks right. All I need to do is reduce the space here, and it would be like right on. It'd be perfect. So, what I have to do is split it into two. Duplicate. Take off the first part. This one, take off the second part. Mist. That. Something like that. And you got yourself a Mistwalker logo recreated. Bye-bye. Propose is Mistwalker logo. Now watch this. This is going to be crazy. This is going to be crazy if I can pull this off. Get the Mistwalker logo again. Bring it in. Do a Luma key. Key out the darker. Remove the Mistwalker part out of it. Then do a second Luma key. Key out the brighter. Bring the little guy back in. Guess it has edges still. That's unfortunate. I was hoping I'd be able to get rid of it. Well, hold on. I can keep playing with this. Dang it. Can't quite get those edges. It was an interesting thing to try. Wonder if I bring it down. I can get it to more or less line up. Wow, that's small. Oh my gosh. That is totally unusable. I'd have to try to key out this black background because it's not an alphabet, and it would have an even worse time with the edges. It would look terrible. What the fetch is this? That's their logo? What the balls? Alright, I think I just have to try, I just have to get rid of the idea of using the little guy with the swirly. Just not gonna happen. Okay. It's more or less the same size as the Square Enix logo. Mistwalker, okay. Then, we don't want Georgia, we want Gil Sands again. Probably 50. Founded. Up. All right. Does that look correct to me? I think the logo or the text is a little larger here. Oh, it's 50. What's the position? Let's make it 320 just to keep it easy. Almost had it exactly right. All right. Square Enix merger. Mistwalker founded. Let's take a look at our camera here. I could put Blue Dragon in 2007. Put Spirits Within in 2001, maybe. Starting to look pretty cool. I did Blue Dragon 2007, Spirits Within 2001, Squaresoft logo with a question mark on 2000. All right, let's try this. Let's go get that Squaresoft logo. Sometimes these are hard to find too. Okay, that's not bad. Kind of small, but I think they'll be okay. — 40. 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — 40. — 6 — This one seems to be the largest one. Let's go with this one. I missed Squaresoft. Okay. Scale it down. Fill. With fetch. Fill. Thank you. White. Duplicate. Duplicate. One on the bottom, get rid of the fill. On the top. Do this very complicated mask that goes like this. And subtract. Copy that mask, paste it on here, and make it an add. And there you have it. It is really weird to think about that. I've thought about that a couple times. When Final Fantasy VII came out and I discovered the series, Final Fantasy as a series was only 10 years old. Like, they hadn't been in business that long when they were in their glory years, you know. Final Fantasy VI came out. They'd only been making games for fetch 8 years or something. Final Fantasy VII, 10 years. You know, Final Fantasy 8, 11. Final Fantasy 9, 12 or 13 or whatever. They've been bad for way longer than they were good. Like, way longer. It's crazy. Up there. All right. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I should do the question mark first. Turn off the Mistwalker for a second. Bigger. Squaresoft question mark. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Ah, a 3D layer. There we go. What? What happened to it? What the fetch happened to it? That does not make any sense at all. What the fetch? What? I'm so confused right now. Where is this? Where is it? You're not a 3D layer. That's why. There we go. One little thing. And it's like, I don't know what's happening. I don't know what I did wrong. Yeah, I agree with that, dude, McKay. Totally.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit.
This definitely gets the point
Around
across.
the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing...
I think there's probably some things I can add to it, but like, I think that this accomplishes the... Essentially, like, the shot now makes sense with what I'm saying. Obviously, I'm going to add more of a timeline to the right of this and to the left of the end, and maybe add a couple of things onto this timeline. But, like, the main point of the shot now makes sense with the Squaresoft and the question mark. Especially being juxtapositioned to the Square Enix logo, you know? It's like, what's going on around this time? So we're getting there. It's getting close. We just need to make some finishing touches, I think. Maybe add a lens flare or something. Let's start by extending the timeline. Duplicate it. Move it over. Why can't I see it? I'm confused here. What's going on? Shouldn't I be able to see it? Is there a reason this is not on? If I moved this, what would it do? Yeah, exactly. So what the fetch? Why, when I duplicated it, does it not show anything? That's nonsense. If I go like this, 2875.5. Let me write that down. 2875.5. That's the position of the original. If if I move this way over here like this, right? Huh. That's weird. Why is it going off the screen? Is it the... What? It's moving all of its position keyframes. Okay. Okay, hold on. It's moving it back as well as to the left. That's why. Dude, can I not go back far enough? Oh, fetch. I'm screwed here. This needs to be 0. This needs to be 540. And this needs to be 2875.5. 2875.5. Alright. Duplicate it. But only move this position. There we go. I'll leave a seam. Looks like it does. Looks like it takes care of it. Or maybe not. Maybe it needs a little further. I think there still is one, but... Okay. See if we can do this from here. Duplicate 2010. Just to get the end of it. And do 11. Then we want to go to this angle. Not the light. Wait a minute. Actually, I wonder. Is it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11? 12? Is that way too far? Okay, that was perfect. And what's the... How many am I going to have to do here? 12, 13, 14. It's going to fade in. Like, slowly. I don't know. I hope I don't have to do too many. This is going to be crazy. Duplicate. $12. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's just keep doing this. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Duplicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Let's go all the way to 2020 if I have to. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Did I just do that or not? I hope I did. Alright. So now all I gotta do is come in here and do 2013. 14. 15. That's all I gotta do. That's as far as I gotta go. And then Gotta duplicate this freaking timeline again. There we go. Do get a little bit off center, don't they, over time? Or maybe I'm being stupid by doing that. Maybe I'm dumb. Maybe I shouldn't do that. What happens when it actually moves through? Does seem like they're getting slightly off center. More and more. But okay, hold on. I'm gonna do that. Oh, I shouldn't be doing it this way. I'm being stupid. I'm being really stupid right now. It's this position that needs to move. When I do it that way, it moves the whole thing. It's looking better. Looks good. 10 looks good. 9 looks a little off. Looks better. 8. Seven looks a little off. 6. It's just slightly off. By the time we hit 5, we're looking better. All right. Let's make one for Blue Dragon, for sure. And then see what we feel about it then. Gosh, this took way longer than I expected it to take. It looks pretty cool. All right. We need to make one for Return of the King wins Best Picture 2004. Okay, Blue Dragon box art. Art. This is the one. How small of a scale did it go for Lost Odyssey? Let's fit this up to 100%. It's pretty small, isn't it? 33, but it's not going to be the same because this is a larger image, I think. So we need to go a little smaller. Something like this. But I can get the position at least. 170, okay. 170. And maybe I can scale it down a little bit. Go down to 22. A little more. 21. They're full here. A little less. 20. That looks pretty close. Probably just needs to be like 19.5 or something. Yeah, I think that's exactly right. Okay. And we'll take Lost Odyssey released and copy it into here. Above that, we'll just call it Blue Dragon. And we'll pre-compose them. Blue Dragon. And make it a 3D layer. And here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right there. What is that going to look like for us? Do you guys think it's going to look bad if I don't put something above like every year, basically? At least from Lost Odyssey backwards, you know? Like if I don't fill in the 05, 06, or the 02, 01, would that look like distracting, empty, you know? And one thing I could do maybe to help with that is I could sort of reveal them on the timeline, if that makes sense. So I could do a mask that sort of like loop, like, and as it's scrolling by, these things like pop on the screen. I think I am going to do that. Like, I could do Spirits Within in 2001. I don't know if it's necessary to do that. But here's what I'm thinking, right? I'm going to reveal Lost Odyssey probably around this point. So I would come into here, go to my Lost Odyssey released thing, and draw a mask around this part. Do a mask path keyframe. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that. And like this. Essentially what that's going to do is make it so that it sort of reveals, right? So it's like coming in and it's like, that's a little too fast. But that's the idea. Why is that so big? I need to ease these and make the feather, make the mask more of a feather, maybe like 15 or something. It's strange. Slower, man. Slower. I guess the mask is too big. That's part of the problem. So at the beginning, mask. Let's come back in here and whoops. That's not what I meant to do. Is that too much? We need to reveal it. Okay. And it'll just that. Yeah, I kind of like that. That look like a full. guess what I need to do actually is what to do. Someone what to do. Okay. Something more like that. Slow. Back to core. It's easy reveal. I like that. So then we can just take the same mask, right? Copy. Put it right on top of this on the blue dragon one. Yeah. It's like coming in. It would kind of look like the Eidos logo reveal on Final Fantasy VII with the chocobos running across the Squaresoft logo. Wish I had time for that. That's not going to happen. I'm not going to find and rig some 3D chocobo just for that. Okay, and then we can do the same exact one for Mistwalker. Probably start it right about there. Take the U. Slowly move in to the square soft question mark. All right, let's see what that looks like. 5 months of work for 6 seconds, it'd be great.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century,
Okay, the only thing I don't like here is that these feel like they're a little too fast, and it's because final position, this is too high, so we need to bring it down a bit. And luckily it's on the screen, so I can actually do this. Just like right over the top of it. And the first frame of it, this can actually come up a bit until it's like right underneath it, like right there. So this is what I will copy. Paste it there. Delete this mask. That they go on a little more smooth. There's my camera flying through. That could work. Xbox 360 released in 2005. It's not a bad idea. And then we'll do the same. Reveal here. Except we'll keep mask 2. And what that looks like. See, here's the problem with this. This one's a little different. So let's see. Let's just pull this down. That. There we go. And it will reveal that. When was the PlayStation 2 released? 2001? I do talk about the release of the PlayStation 2, I think. I think the Mistwalker and the Square Enix need to come sooner. It's hard to read them because it's flying by so quick. They need to come earlier. $2,000? Okay.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
I actually think it's fine as it is. I don't think I need to add anything more to the timeline. I just need to kind of make this look cooler, I think. Maybe a lens flare of some kind or something, you know? Something to give it a little bit of a pop to it.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Let me see what it looks like at full first, and then we'll talk about. Maybe it's just lights. Maybe I just need to add some more dynamic lighting. But I feel like it's missing just like a layer, something to it that could give it, just make it pop a little more, and then I think it's done. Hey Chris, how's it going? Ugh. That's a possibility. We could highlight the years maybe as it goes by. It moves a little fast. I'd have to do that. It'd have to... It could look good. It could also be too quick of a transition where you don't even like really... It's like a couple frames only that it lights up on 08 before it goes to 07, if you know what I mean. I could just highlight them from the start as a different color. Like you're saying. Maybe. What's so weird about this is that these games were released so close together. But I guess they had two different studios developing them. Artoon was doing Blue Dragon, and Feel Plus was doing Lost Odyssey. And Sakaguchi and Uematsu and those guys kind of were... They did all the pre-production and then just passed them off, and they kind of came out very close together. It's interesting. Maybe I need some particle effects. Some just like particles falling through. I don't have particular though. That's the part that sucks. Wish I did. But if they're just like kind of like a dusty type particles falling through it, that can make it look cool. But I'm pretty sure I don't have particular. Or a chocobo. Chocobo feathers. How about that? Or like Final Fantasy, just like make a bunch of like crystalline little like particles like floating around. Like in FF13, they have that all the time. I feel like the particles would create the sense of depth in the shot, because you'd see smaller particles in the distance, larger ones in the foreground. They could also maybe add a depth of field to the camera as it's moving, so that it's kind of out of focus at the start and then kind of comes in.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit.
It's almost like...
Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
That's not it.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Like, this is good, as it is.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
But I feel like there's something extra I could do.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that...
I'm not sure why it is, but I feel like... I feel like the reveals on these are nice and smooth, but that they're really harsh on the other ones. And I don't know if that's just because the camera's moving so fast.
Like, it doesn't feel like there's enough blur on the reveal, if that makes sense. I mean, I guess there kind of is, but it just looks like a really hard line. It's like it needs to be feathered more or something. I wonder if I feathered it more, what would happen? I think I feathered it. Oh, I haven't feathered it at all. That's the problem. There we go. That was the deal. There! That looks way better. Holy crap, that looks way better. Like, dude, this is looking so fetched up. Now it's gonna look good. Yes, much softer. There we go. That's way better. What should I mask that by? 20? Or feather that by, I should say. That's so much better. Oh my gosh, that like almost makes it. Something was really bugging me about it. That was it. Okay. Yeah, same on these. Holy fetch. Now, the only thing is if I mask it by 20, are we going to see it partially? Yeah, so the mask path needs to be moved down a bit more, that you don't see it at the beginning. Probably the same with this one too. Probably like partially see it, but just a little bit. Even that is probably enough. All right, and then same with these. That's fine. See, this one had it, but the rest of them didn't. Oh, that's so strange. Okay, okay, this is going to look way better now. I don't know. I don't know if they are... I think the reason why it looks like that is because the camera is moving down. And also, they have a second word underneath them. That's probably why, too. I think I put them at the same position, but because they have a second word. Let's see. I could probably fix that by taking all, or at least these two, and position and moving them down. But I don't know how that'll look now in comparison to when it comes up on the last text. Ah, it's going to look so much better. Well, I guess you won't see it in comparison, so it'll probably look fine. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Yeah, looks good.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Okay. We're getting close. This is getting close. Again, it's just going to be that whether I'm going to decide to do that extra layer of particle effects or not, really. And maybe some extra lighting. Or a lens flare or something. I'll try a lens flare first. That'll be the easiest thing to try. And then if it looks good after that, then sweet. Uh-oh. Chris Ewan summoned the name of Final Fantasy XIV. We will soon be joined. By Eric, I think, to tell you how you should go about it. I think he does, yes. To be honest. I might make my forward light a little stronger. Keep the other lights, or maybe even dim them slightly, but like make my key light a little brighter, and then add add a lens flare towards the top of the screen. That will give some sort of like light banding and a little bit of like a just kind of more interesting layer of I was thinking about maybe casting shadows, but that kind of looked weird last time I was trying it. There was some kind of error, so I probably won't do shadows, but Oh gosh, it looks so much better. So much smoother, the reveal. Instead of just this hard, like, line moving up. Way better. Way better. Oh, I haven't put the timeline extending past the 1998 yet. I need to do that. I don't think I need to do another year, like a date. I don't need to create a 1997.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Okay, one thing I'm curious about is, does this have... any of these have colorista on them? Okay, they do. Alright, I'll leave that alone. Okay, so I think it's this one. Duplicate. Position. And let's just move it way over here. So that it. Hopefully not create that huge gap. There we go. Perfect. That's done. Yep, if we were to see 1997, we could put Final Fantasy VII in there just because FF sounds great. Yeah, I'll definitely reuse this if I have to do another timeline animation. Okay. Let's try getting it towards the center of the animation. This is 2004, right about there. Let's make our light number 1 brighter. Let's go like 130. Maybe even 140. Let's try 150. Let's just go crazy. See, I like that better. It's a little brighter. Now, light number 2. We'll make 75. Light number 3 will also make like 100 or 75 or something. A little bit more of an interesting look to it. A more dynamic. Okay, what does that do for our lighting? Fades out these irrelevant dates a little more, which is good. So your focus comes in on the dates that matter, where it gets brighter. Then it'll just kind of start to fade out again past 2000. I hope. Well, good enough.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Okay, I kind of like... except over here. So light 2. What happens if I bring you down to 50? Yeah, that's more what I was thinking. Yeah, it's like visibly a bit darker over here. And it's mysterious, like what happened in 2000. Okay, I like that. Lighting looks a bit more dynamic. Let's try to add a lens flare and just see if that looks good at all. So we're gonna go into this camera angle. These are both on the screen. And we're going to create a new solid. Lens flare. Let's make it large. Let's make it really big. Let's make it like 6,000 pixels tall. Right? Like a huge one that should cover most of the animation. And get our optical flares. Optical flares, there you are. And transparent. And we'll put it up in this direction, up here somewhere. Right? If we make this a 3D layer, what will that look like in this lens? Whoa, that is interesting. That is interesting looking. Obviously, way too intense, but kind of crazy. We'll pick a different flare and stuff, but I could probably animate the flare over the top of these as it's moving. Definitely does something to like create some visually interesting sort of It kind of looks like it's baked into the background, though. It doesn't look like a light source. That's because I turned it into a 3D layer, right? Whereas if I didn't do that, it's over the top of the whole thing. I could animate it to where, let's see. This will not be nearly this intense when all is said and done. I promise. I'm not J.J. Abrams. Okay. Where's the position of it? The position. Okay. Where is it? No, that's not what we want. It's Acre Point. Where? Why can't I see the thing? What the fetch? Okay, don't do that. This is what I want. There it is. So we're gonna have it be like way over here at the start, right? By the end, it's gonna be actually over this way, this area. So it'll be like when we fly by it. And we'll probably animate the brightness too. So the brightness at the beginning will probably be like 25 or something. And then in the middle of the animation, it will come up to about 100. And then the end of the animation, come down to maybe about 70. What the fetch? What the fetch? What happened? Brightness is what I'm trying to do right now. 80 or something. 75. This is gonna look crazy. But it's gonna look cool. Yeah, I like that. It's going a little too quick. I think it needs to animate a little slower so that it needs to reach this point a bit later, like maybe around here or something. This is gonna look pretty sick. I think it needs to be higher up and then come down as well. That is one that I'll need to do with this. So it needs to be higher up, like way higher up. Then it needs to come like further down, 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 down. Yeah, something like that. This is gonna look sweet. I'm excited about this now. Still going too fast, I think. But see, it just gives it that slightly more dynamic element, just that last little touch of polish that just makes it look more finished, I guess. Maybe I just need to start it further off to the left. Way over here. Probably should do it this way instead of the way I'm doing it. Like, get rid of this keyframe and just move it all the way over here. All right, this is looking better. This is looking much better, much more natural. Because it feels like it's fitting essentially where this central light source is at. It's a little off, but it's close now.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
That's close. That's close. It doesn't need to be quite so far to the right here, I think. Or maybe quite so far to the left here. Or maybe it needs to be further to the left here. I'm thinking. So that it feels like it's right above the 2004-ish area. Which it kind of does now. It's passing out right above that 2004. All right, so we've got it in the right place. Now we have some choices to make. The type of this flare looks kind of cool. I'm not gonna lie. I think this flare is good. It's a nice cool color. I have never used the default flare before. I don't even know where this can be found. Like, which flare is this? It's just like the default flare. But there's a lot of different ones we could do. Let's see if I can find which one this is in case I mess it up and I want to come back. Here's the JJ flare. They actually call it JJ. It's probably in the motion graphics one. 50 prime, that's kind of cool. I've used this one a lot in the past, it's not bad. Natural flares, air missile I've used quite a bit, it's cool. Blue steel looks like it could be pretty cool. Blue steel might be cooler than Blue steel might be my fallback if I buy a different one. I don't like it. Crystallize I've used a lot. This is a good one. Which one should I do? Well, I kind of want to try... crystal blue one. Okay, sweet. Ooh, North Star. That's not bad looking. Actually, kind of cool looking. A little brighter. Flares. Where's that blue crystal one? I can't remember where that was. Side anamorphic could look good. Where was that? Blue artifact. It was... Cool flare could look good. Definitely wasn't that. In pro presets? Did I just miss it? Was it called... I forget what it was called. I thought it was blue something. North Star, that's the one I'm using right now. And Pro Presets 1. Is it just in the regular light section? There's the JJ one. Okay, so it's not in the light. And it's not in Pro Presets. It's got to be Natural Flares. Blue Steel? I think Blue Steel. That must have been the one I was thinking of. Let's see what that looks like. It's a little more obvious with the spots. Now, I can actually remove these individual elements one by one if I don't like how they look. Because I kind of don't like them. But I can keep the same, like, this kind of gleam on it, right? I like that, but without this part. I could also animate this light to come on a little.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was...
I don't like it one bit. See, now what I could do is I can turn these off. Right. That can stay on. That can stay on. Where's that little one coming from? So I could do that, or I can go back and get my North Star, which I think would look pretty neat. I'm probably have to do the same thing with this one. Turn off the these things. It's on. It's off by default. That thing. Which one of them am I missing here? That one. Okay, that's kind of cool. It's nice streaks. That looks kind of cool.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Kind of liked the default a little better than that, to be honest. But I don't know, or I could just reset it. Oh, no, undo that. Undo. Can I undo until I get back to the flare I want? See, I didn't think you could do that. I don't know which one the default flare is. I wonder what it's called. Maybe I can look this up. Default flare name. Well, what I can do is this. I can duplicate this and then just reapply the optical flares. And then non-transparent, and then take these keyframes, copy them and paste them onto this, and then we can just look at the difference. But the brightness is not changing. I wonder why. In fact, I don't know if it's doing anything. Oh, wait a minute. I fetched up. Fetch, copy, paste. What? Copy, paste. This is so dumb. Copy. Paste. There we go. Now we'll look at the difference. I actually kind of think I like this one better. Personally, I think it's a little more subtle. Like we can turn them on and off. That one's a lot more intense than this one, right? All right, I'm going to animate this third light, or second light. Its intensity, that right around here, it's at 50. By the end of it, it goes up to 100. All right, I think I'm done with the shot. I'm going to look at it at full. And, but I think that's it. I think we're done. Done with this anyways. And then I got to go do all those animations for the, for the freaking quotes. I got to get those in place tonight. I can't get by with just having done only. It's just not enough getting done. But it is going to look dope. I mean, the lighting looks super dynamic now. This looks really nice. Flare makes like all the difference. It like totally like completes it. There is a little bit of banding in this, which maybe I could account for by changing this into a 32-bit composition instead of an 8-bit composition. Because of all the different like points of varying light here, so you got some banding effects going on. Probably like smooth that out a bit. But it looks cool. Yeah, when it's at full speed, you might not be able to notice the banding as much. Alright, almost there. Thanks. I think it's gonna just like make the whole thing pop a little more.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
Okay, I can notice the banding, but it looks freaking sweet otherwise. So, if we can turn our project into a 32-bit per channel project, see how that... See how much smoother it just got? The banding of the lighting. Now, the only other issue here is, see, that's much smoother. There's a little bit, but it's much smoother now. The only thing about this is that while I could export this at 32 bits per channel and reduce this banding here, I might not be able to do it from Premiere in the end. So it might make no difference. But that being said, it still looks sweet, and I'm still going to do it at the highest quality possible while I can. Quick time, 100% quality. We'll call this timeline. Let's call it timeline. And render. All right, and while that's rendering, I am going to make it a little easier on myself with the quotes animations. I'm just going to make one for every single person who has a quote, which I think is Sakaguchi Uematsu Nakasato. I don't... Oh, and Jay Rubin. No. I quote Jay Rubin straight from the website. I don't have to make one for him, I don't think. Well, I'll check again. But I think there's like 4 basic ones that I can just repeat. So I'll just export one with the photo animating in and the band behind it for 4 of them. Then I'll be able to just insert those over the top of all the places where they go. And then I'll just fade the text on in Premiere rather than doing that in After Effects where it will take longer. So that should make that process go a little faster. And then I'll just have to... Yeah, this video will probably have to come out on Monday. Then I'll just have to go back and record the few parts that I need to re-record. And that should be it. And then make sure that my time stamp is correct for the spoilers. And then it should be done. So I think I could finish this tomorrow. Which means I probably won't do Final Fantasy Friday tomorrow. I'll probably have to do Final Fantasy Friday in a couple weeks. Because I'll be on vacation next week, the 4th of July. So I'll have to do Final Fantasy Friday in a couple weeks from now. But I'll finish this tomorrow, I think. Oh yeah, totally. Karnak was a complete beast. That was a great little interview with Jay Rubin. It adds a ton to this review. Yeah, the banding is noticeably smoother. This looks way better than before. That's awesome. Sounds good, man. I'll say THX. Thanks. Speaking of THX, man, I miss THX at the beginning of movies. THX logo with that. I remember back in high school, it was like the fashionable thing for anybody who was like even remotely good with computers or good with, you know, this kind of software, to put the THX logo at the beginning of like any PowerPoint presentation that you did at school. I think for every high school presentation I ever did with PowerPoint, I had a THX logo to like lead off the presentation. It's so stupid. I thought it was sweet though. Exactly. I'm sure the teachers were like, just like, dude, stop it, please. Stop putting THX at the beginning of your PowerPoint. It's so lame. At the pro basketball games at Angel Stadium, they sometimes play the THX sound over the speakers when there are runners on base before a big pitch. Or baseball, you said. For the home team, of course. That's cool. I wonder what happened to it. It was like totally replaced by that Dolby Digital. But, I mean, it used to be THX was like at the beginning of every movie. Or the history of it. Let's hear this. Stop it with your stupid... The fetch is this? Holy crap, that's awesome. That is sick. What is this? This is a really cool animation. This is how you demo sound. That is freaking sweet. Holy F, this is amazing. This makes everything I just did for the last like 4 hours look like complete garbage. So sick. That is so sick. That was sweet. And then this guy puts this stupid logo history that doesn't match this at all. That was really impressive. That was dope. That was not what I did on my PowerPoint presentation, no. All right. Import. Oh, it's on the desktop. I'm going to crossfade in on it.
Measures up to the great classics of the genre. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiations for a merger.
I wish I held that a little longer. I wonder. Just give myself a little more room on this. So from here, just a little bit more room. A few frames.
Some big internal changes. They were in negotiation.
Yeah, and then we'll just take this last frame. Just hold that for an extra 9 frames.
They were in negotiations, undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiations.
That feels much better. Okay. All right. Cool. Not sure what happened with this, but okay. Over here we can fetch you. Get over here, please.
Name and legacy to begin a new phase of his career as an independent game maker.
Possibly back slightly and pull this one a little more.
An independent game maker.
All right.
Foundation, and for many players, measures up to the great classics of the genre. But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiations for a merger with rival company Enix, were broadening the scope of their production capability by founding a movie studio and producing a feature-length film, and were transitioning their game development workflow to accommodate brand new hardware with the PlayStation 2.
All right, cool. And then this motif kind of matches.
At this time, Final Fantasy series creator Hironobu Sakaguchi was the executive vice president at Square.
Yeah, this looks great. Okay. Nice. Now, I'm going to go watch that animation again because that was freaking awesome, and then we're going to get into some other stuff. Oh, wait, the beginning of this guy's thing sucked. Okay, it starts with this... get your logo off the screen. It starts with this animation through like a galaxy. Whoa, it's a pulse effect first. It's like a supernova. That transition is so killer. How the camera rotates and just straight through the atmosphere. That is cool. That is cool. When was this created, and when was it used? This was something that was made very recently, but I have not seen THX in front of a movie in at least a decade. It's always Dolby. That's super sick, too. like it goes out through there. I want to look at this frame by frame here. So cool. Look at those streaking stars flying past. That amazing smooth motion blur. Just flying away at amazing speed. Okay, then we got like this kind of streaking light that'll take our... and it kind of rotates into the clouds. I know, someone went up there and filmed all this crap, dude. How'd they do that? All right, and then and I like the way that they transition too, because they're pulling through the clouds, right? That's kind of like the wipe here for like our second shot, but they do a really cool color correction, and they animate the color on the clouds from being this purple to match like the galaxy in the background or the space dust, and they slowly turn it into like the normal color clouds, right, and sort of fade them out. And then the color scheme changes to this greenish blue aurora type of feel to it, right? So that's what starts is this blue, but then like the clouds go from purple to... That's really clever. Okay, now this is sick. You get this sort of warping filter. Or like lens filter, right? As it's... And then it does another sort of like rotation, like flips 180 or 90 degrees, it looks like. No, it'll eventually flip 180. But like, that's so cool. We've had the camera flip upside down twice in these. It's just so dynamic. You got really nice depth of field effect on this. Where like this... one kind of not straight in the center, but up to the top left a little bit is in focus, and the ones in this extreme foreground are way out of focus. You get that bokeh in the background. Really cool. And then that ends up being the wing of a dragonfly. You know, you might have assumed this was on a leaf or something like that before then, the texture on it. Right? It's like, oh, that's a leaf. Nope, that's a fetching dragonfly. And like all the lighting changes again. Go underwater. So cool. And it flips again, 180. It comes out of the water. You're in a city with a helicopter. And I think that helicopter is what starts the rise of the THX, right? Like the pitch. Maybe not quite yet. That's inside of a snowball. Ship. Here it goes. That is so sick. That is sweet. $1983. Awesome. That's pretty much the one I used in my in my in my, what do you call it, presentation, my PowerPoint presentation, or maybe this one. I like that the blue sort of window that it's inside of. I probably use that one.
Yeah, so it's been the same, mostly ever since. Yeah, I don't like this higher pitch. I liked the lower pitch of the original. Way better. That pitch is... That's where it's at. Okay, this one had that. Your Dell PC is THX certified. What the fetch? There you go. That's the right pitch. That is the preferred pitch for THX. Right there. Superior pitch. No, get out of here with that. No, that one sucks. That one sucks. Fetching hate that one. It's going too high. Is that you? Yes! That's where it's at. Oh, it's just like 39 minutes of this? What the fetch? How are they even different? No, too high. Get out of here. Here we go. Now they started doing some cool animations. I remember this one, dude. I remember going to the movies and seeing this one. I remember that one. THX sound reaction video. Yeah, that would be great on the channel. People would watch that for sure. I remember this one too. That thunder. Maybe the thunder version is the one I saw, because this is the same otherwise. That was the laser disc, that's why. Same. Whoa! Intense, dude. The audience is listening. I liked that as a tagline. I don't remember this one. Even though I was watching movies at the time. I remember this one. I do like the blue behind the THX better than the red, though. I remember this one. I remember this one. I remember this one. Heck yes, I remember this one. Those chimes. Sweet. Yeah, that was weak. That was weak. Yeah, like Crystarium sound, totally. It's like the same one with the fetch. Yeah, this is like a Simpsons special one. It's the correct pitch. Correct pitch.
Turn it up! Turn it up!
There we go. Classic. Oh, I remember this one. Then the little robot comes in and fixes it. Yeah! This one was awesome. I saw this one a bunch.
He like plugs it in or something with like a cable. Dude, the 90s were the best. The 90s were fetching the best decade in the world. Sick. Another version of the same thing, just more powerful. It wasn't the best years for music, but I mean, Nirvana was in the 90s. I think hip-hop was really good in the 90s. Like, Tupac and a bunch of really good hip-hop in the 90s. It's the alternative scene that was cringy. I like that. He kind of sits there and looks at it. Really clever. Really cool. Same one again, same one again, same one again. Oh, the cow one. I remember that one too. This one was lame. I didn't like this even back then. Lame. I don't even know why they did that. So strange. Okay, here we go. I think I remember this one too. Yeah, it like forms it with the lightning. That one's kind of lame too. Not a fan of that one. It's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna form up. This was probably used for like Terminator or something. The fetch. Fetching Shrek. What the fetch? What's this one? I don't think I ever saw this. Jurassic Park. Oh, wait, Star Wars.
And I will strike down upon thee with
Freaking, the fetch is that movie? Quentin Tarantino. Pulp Fiction. That was lame. This one could be good. The science. Gotta get close to the mic. The science of sensation. Lame. Lame. That animation was lame as fetch. Yeah, but that lens flare sucked. It doesn't look natural at all. That one doesn't look good either. It looks only a little better than the last one. Good either. Huh. That one's pretty bare.
And action.
Ooh. Get another complex animation. probably really sick for 2006. It's a little dated now. The metal textures were not that great. Got a tree coming up. What is this? I've never seen this one either. Where are these being shown? Maybe there are only certain theaters that have THX sound systems and play these. Maybe all the theater chains where I've lived have used Dolby. I wonder, I should look that up. I wonder if there are only certain theaters in certain areas of the country that use THX.
Come in, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, rendering stuff like that back then could have been up to, depending on the complexity of it, and depending on the render farm that they had, these could have potentially taken 30 to 90 hours per frame, something like that.
Not quite. How about now? Is this better?
Yeah, sort of.
Hello? Am I getting through?
Kinda losing you.
How about this? If I get up real close, can you read me?
That sucked. That was terrible. Alright, here's one that looked cool. What's this? I like that effect. That's sort of a streaking light effect. Looks good. Andrew Kramer has a tutorial teaching you how to do this. That was okay, I guess. Here we go. Here we go. These lighting effects are really nice, really natural. Now, see, the flares, the flares you're seeing here look like natural flares. You can see the streaking lights and the glow and sort of this rainbowing kind of bowing arc. These flares look great. That was kind of interesting. Ooh, I like starfields. A planet in the distance. Oh, it became a particle simulation. That one was kind of cool. Another starfield. Is this the same one? Just slightly altered. It's like a little cleaner. It's the same one. And another version of the same thing. Yeah, I agree. You need to see the logo at the same time as the sound. This is weird. Actually, look at whoa, the compression. Yes! Best one. This is so sick. This is so sweet. Holy crap, that's awesome. The sound is amazing in this one, too. Like, the sound design for this whole thing is immaculate. I like the robot throwback there. I'm not sure that one will ever be beat, man. That is freaking awesome. Now get your Disney crap out of my face. Alright. I don't need this anymore. Or this. Or this. Or this. Or this. Alright. Let's figure out... I'm going to do my quotes here. First of all, I think I'm done with this particular project. I can close this. The lighting looks so cool in this. Modern one, number 1. Original, number 2. Yeah, I'd probably say that. I need to pull up. Need to pull up. A project. No, not After Effects, After Effects. Okay. What I need here is to look up, probably in the Suikoden 2 folder, quotes. All right. Back to the original. This is something different. I guess all I really need to do here is turn off everything else. Is this even there? So strange. Let me see here. Maybe I should make a new one. Oh, that's what that is. Okay. The timing on this, right? All I really need is starting here. So who do I have quotes for? I have quotes for Sakaguchi, for sure. Uematsu, for sure. Because this is the Uematsu quote.
Final Fantasy legend, Nobuo Uematsu. When I was composing the main theme, I often...
This one is Sakaguchi.
And Sakaguchi's level of involvement by stating that It was very close when we were
No, this is Nakasato.
starting up the project. There was a Mistwalker office, which is a really small company, so it's basically just Sakaguchi. It's
Then we have this
in the
quote.
games industry.
Oh, that's good. Here's a quote here.
Full well that Microsoft's marketing strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft.
This is Sakaguchi. THO logo reveal tier list. It's a good idea.
Marketing strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to.
So that's. You have Nakasato over there. Sakaguchi here.
With the higher-ups at Xbox Japan, whom he had worked with in the past at Square. When I started out,
Sakaguchi again.
why getting his team unified on the design philosophy was a smooth experience. The game system itself
Nakasato again.
means for them to become united in how they should go about using Unreal Engine more efficiently. In Japan, those who are
Nakasato.
integration didn't end up going so well. I think we were able to get really
Nakasato.
to land with players. And I think that's the best place to start.
Okay, this is going to be something totally different, but that's also Sakaguchi.
She described it this way. The reason I've used Kiyoshi.
This is Sakaguchi again. A Rubens is done that way, so I don't need to make one for him, I don't think. Unless I quote him again later, but I don't think I do. Me just reading it from there.
Of the Immortals.
Where are other quotes at?
They're shocked when Gongora announces his intention to stay. Kaim in the first place, suggesting that life with emotion included that an immortal life is.
I think it's just 3 people. It's Sakaguchi, Uematsu, and Nakasato. I think that's it. I really do. I think that's all there is for quotes. Here we go. The next quote's from Uematsu. All these quotes are from Uematsu over here. So I think there's only 3 guys that I need to do it for. So, here's what I'm going to do. Close all this crap. But before I do anything else, I need to save as. Quotes template. And put that in just in here, the outer folder. Now, we're gonna delete all of this. Let's see. I'll do this in a minute. But I think I'm going to be getting rid of all of this stuff that I'm not using. He's got like Vagrant Story stuff in here and Suikoden stuff in here and just like tons of stuff that I don't need to be referencing. So actually, let's just do this. Like Final Fantasy 13 review stuff, like yeah, I don't need all this. Just delete it all. What is this? This is, yeah, old stuff. Moriyama thumb. I don't think I need this though. What is this? Oh, it's a different picture of him. Yeah, I don't need that. Don't need the nested sequence. It's just those two things. I don't even need these. Which one comes first, though? Save. I'll save these just in case, but the rest of them can go. Get rid of that. Get rid of all that. All this. Side of the solids. Adjustment layer and color. That's fine. This is number 4, so we'll keep that, but we'll get rid of everything else. We'll just call this comp 1. All this Suikoden stuff can go. All the Vagrant Story stuff can go. All of it. Everything else can go. There we go. Keep it real nice and clean. Alright. Let's get our dev photos in here. We need... He's not quoted. He's not quoted. Sakaguchi is quoted. Nakazato is quoted. And Uematsu is quoted. That is it. That's it. Let's start with Sakaguchi. Let's get his photo masked correctly. More or less centered. Scaled down. Get into a 3D layer. Like that. And I'll probably pull the mask in a bit more. One. That. That's better. We'll do color rest on it. Make it pop. Make it pop with some contrast and higher exposure. Before, after, before, after. That's much better. We can do a little bit more. That's too much. Might bring this up a bit more though. Much better. Okay. Let's get this going here. Let's get everything. All right, and then select all of them, move them to the beginning. Right there. Get Sakaguchi. Oh, I did not fix something. I gotta fix something first. Sakaguchi's. This has got to go in the center. Okay, undo, 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 Undo. Undo. Copying everything. What am I doing? What the fetch am I doing? What the what are you doing? Just move it over. Gosh. Alright. He's not in the center. And I need to delete all his keyframes. When did I do this? Not centered at all. Make him not 3D again. Listen, this needs to go. Oh, come on. Fine, make him 3D. Let's face the center. I'm not really moving it though. What the fetch? It's this part that needs to move. Thank you. There. Now, that being said, we copy all these keyframes and paste them on here. Bam. Now he's centered. Much better. Back to the beginning. These. Just like that. That's good. Now I need to add gold bars. Gold texture, whatever it's called. Gold texture. Let's actually load this from. Yeah, I guess it's fine to load. I'm actually going to put it on the outside as well. Quick, copy this, put it out here and then this area, and load that in. I'm going to go over the top of the black. We're going to scale it down. Fits the frame more or less. And let's see, how did I do this? Let's create a mask right in the center. All the way to the left and all the way to the right. So coming down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So about right. Duplicate the mask. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 10. Nope. Nine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Just like that. And these are going to animate in with the. Now, is this just a mask that's animating? Yes, the mask is animating. Okay. So, it starts there. Mask path, mask path. I could make them animate from opposite directions. That could be interesting. And then right there, they will finish their path. What is the feathering? No feathering. Okay. In place there. But what if this one? And from the left side. Turn on this and this. And on this one, came in from the other side. Like this. What would that look like? Well, I want them to come from the same direction. I think I want them to come from the same direction. Well, let's undo. There, I guess. This is the one we want. Roughly the same spot. That's gonna look better. Okay, and I'm going to do the same thing where I get like 20% feather. Oh wait, that's going to affect the whole thing, isn't it? That's not what I want. Never mind. Don't do that. Okay, but now that I have this completed, right? All I need is up to there. Literally as far as it needs to go. And then I can animate his quote into it. Maybe I'll just give it a little extra space just for a few extra frames. Sure, it's totally finished, but yeah. You know. We'll get it to 2 seconds. Exactly 2 seconds worth. Bam. Bam. Composition. Add to render queue. And QuickTime, RGB plus alpha. We'll call it Sakaguchi quotes template. Put that on the desktop for now. So now, all I'm going to have to do, come on, desktop. Put that up, right? And then anytime there's a Sakaguchi quote, as in here,
involvement by stating that it was very close when we were starting up the project.
Nope, not there. It could be here, though.
Composer, renowned Final Fantasy legend Nobuo.
That's Uematsu. This is Nakazato. This is probably him.
Microsoft's marketing strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change its marketing.
Now we just come lay this in during the transition.
Wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change its marketing strategy. Wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change it.
Essentially, we just take one copy. times. Just keep doing that. The salt into a nest.
Strategy wasn't sufficient. Microsoft has to change its marketing strategy in Japan. There are a lot of excellent games on the 360, far better games than what's on the Wii or PS3, but not a lot of people in Japan have a clear idea of what games like Gears of War are all about. Just look at the Windows Vista commercial, it's terrible.
And then we can cross-dissolve this out. The same rate.
Terrible. That being said, he seemed to really believe in the Xbox 360 and had a lot of trust with some of the higher-ups at Xbox Japan, whom he had worked with in the past at Square. When I started out with in the past at Square. When I started out with in the past at Square. When I started out with Mistwalker, worked with in the past at Square. When I Japan.
Oh, this is not scaled correctly.
Whom he had worked with in the past at Square. When I started out with Mistwalker, I decided to create these two titles, and I was Mr. Kawai was the one who was working on Final Fantasy VII, 8, and 9, so I really trusted these two, and that's why I chose to go with Microsoft. While Lost Odyssey started its initial development internally at Microsoft, it didn't get off to a very smooth start, according to Rei Nakazato. Lost Odyssey was once an internal project with lots of experience in the genre, and according to Nakazato,
these are all Nakazato quotes until here. And then, do we have any more Sakaguchi quotes after this? I think that's it. So let's make an Uematsu one now. Super easy. Okay, Uematsu, where are you at? We can get rid of Moriyama now. There's Nakazato, there's Uematsu. Uematsu. First of all, we're going to crop it. This. Second of all, we're going to make a 3-layer. Third of all, we're going to this into the center. That. I think that's the middle. I feel like it needs to come over to the further. Oh, just a little bit. Come on. All right, scale him down. He's roughly the same size as him. More, I guess, something like that. I come all the way down with this. Oh gosh, what did I do? Don't do that. That was why. Make sure that it's all the way down. There we go. That was what was off. Okay. So, get all of our frames. Give them to him. Turn him off. And now we have Nobuo Uematsu. Time RGB plus alpha. And Uematsu. Oops. Template. Get in there. All right, we can use him right at the beginning.
Nobuo Uematsu. When I was composing the main theme, fantasy legend Nobuo Uematsu. Nobuo Uematsu. When I was composing
Actually, when is the actual moment when it stops? Right there. Make this much easier by doing this.
minor key. Perhaps above anything else Lost Odyssey sets out to do, it's this examination of Nobuo Uematsu. When I was composing the main theme, I often imagined in a minor key. Perhaps above anything else Lost minor key. Perhaps above any drove me to write the theme in a minor key. Perhaps above anything else Lost Odyssey sets out to do, it's this examination of what eternal life might be like that I found to be the most compelling idea. When framing this in the form of a question, it lays the groundwork.
All right. Where are my Uematsu quotes? Uematsu.
Ways was a bit different than you might expect. It's not exciting at all. Than you might expect.
Nest.
Was a bit different than you might expect. It's not exciting at all. I don't even know if you're going to be convinced with it. It's because the Square Enix office moved from Meguro to Shinjuku, and I never really liked the Shinjuku space. That commute, even by car, would have been an hour, and it just wasn't the right place for me. I felt whenever I stepped out of the station in the center of Shinjuku, I felt I lost direction, and it's always crowded and you can't breathe the clean air. Compared to Meguro, that wasn't the environment I wanted to be in. One alternate answer I can give music for Lost Odyssey, stating that this is the first series music for Lost Odyssey, stating that this is the first serious RPG the music for Lost Odyssey, stating that this is the first serious RPG created by Sakaguchi after his long break. Isn't that as exciting as it sounds? Since the story was aiming for a rich, emotional experience, Speaking on this process, he said in an interview with OneUp, there aren't enough recording studios in Tokyo that are big enough to record an entire orchestra at once, so I used a few different studios in Tokyo. As is typical for Uematsu, the music of Lost Odyssey covers a range of musical styles, from orchestral to rock to electronic, but he seems to have a knack for bringing all of that together into a soundtrack that feels cohesive. It's quite difficult to describe in one word because I composed in many
Nope, there's another one.
to rock to electronic, but he seems to have a knack for bringing all of that together into a soundtrack that feels cohesive. It's quite difficult to describe in one word because I composed in many varieties of music for this game. I can say I succeeded in expressing myself very well in Lost Odyssey. I rarely listen to a soundtrack of my own, but I do again and again this time. Anyone who has watched my videos knows what a massive fan I am of Uematsu's work.
Okay. I think that's all Uematsu's quotes. We just need to do our last guy here. Nakazato. Scale him down. Effect size right about there. Let's get some colorista going on him. He's much too warm in the highlights. Natural like that. Or after. It's a little better. Bink, way better. Okay. You copy, paste. Oh, needs to be a 3D guy. That's why. Undo. Do you have keyframes? Undo them. Be a 3D guy first. There we go. Perfect. Time alpha. Nakazato quotes template. Hi, Chrissy. Okay, I think his first one's over here. This is Uematsu over here, right? Yes. Okay, import. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. I'll show you what I did, though. I'm laying down the animations that will bring in all the quotes.
Sakaguchi's level of involvement by stating that it was very close when we were level of involvement by stating that it was very close when
I did a timeline animation that's taken me most of the day today. Now I'm trying to get all these laid in. That and got it.
And Sakaguchi's level of involvement by stating that it was very close when we were starting up the project. There was a Mistwalker office, which is a really small...
Okay, so what I made was this timeline.
Up to the great classics of the genre.
Right here.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes.
It's playing a little slow,
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiations for a merger.
That took me quite a while to make.
But before we get into that, let's turn back time a bit. Around the turn of the century, Squaresoft was undergoing some big internal changes. They were in negotiation.
So I spent about 3 or 4 hours. I don't know how long it was. It was quite a while on just that. But now I'm laying in all of these quotes. I'm going to put the text in there tomorrow, but I'm getting all the placement ready so I can do that. Thank you.
And why getting his team unified on the design philosophy was a smooth experience. The game system itself was a smooth experience. The game system itself is a traditional JRPG, so we had a lot of people who had a lot of experience with this, and we didn't have to worry. There are so many people used to developing traditional JRPGs that from the perspective of game design, united in how they should go about using Unreal Engine more efficiently. In Japan, those who are using Unreal Engine more efficiently. Unreal Engine more efficiently. In Japan, those who are used to JRPG engines have a different style. Both are inconsistent and incompatible.
Somebody brought that up earlier. And doing a timeline animation for all 1,000 years of Kaim's life. Oh, you're talking about this part over here. This part. I am going to do this. I am going to do this in the style of the 1,000 Years of Dream sequences. I'm going to do that tomorrow as well.
They should go about using Unreal Engine more efficiently. In Japan, those who are used to JRPG engines have a different style. Both are inconsistent and incompatible. If we knew that earlier, we could have had...
That's going to take me a while, too.
Didn't end up going so well. I think we were able... I think we were able to get really highly skilled people together, but it was a new team.
Okay, we don't need these crossfades. There we go. Did I put them on any of the other ones? I did, but that's because I did it on purpose. Did it on purpose there. It's not there, not there, not there. And then here's Sakaguchi's quotes. That's going to be... Okay, I think I got all the quote templates laid in. Okay. I think I'm going to stop for today. But here's where we're at. I have to lay in the text on top of all of these quotes. Just fade in the text. For, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. For 11 different quotes. And then I have to do this really big animation for all of Sakaguchi's quotes, where I'm going to try to make them feel like the 1,000 Years of Dreams. I'm going to animate them similarly to that. That's going to be a big one. That's going to take quite a while. That might be another one that takes, I don't know, that might be another one that takes about the same length of time it took to make this one. It's going to take a bit. And then I just have to re-record my lines. So I think I'm going to do that first. Tomorrow I'm going to lay in all the text first, and then I'm going to re-record my lines after that. And once that's all done, the last thing there will be to do is to do this. And I will make the call at that point, whether or not for sure I'm going to do that, but that's the plan. The plan is to do this part in the style of the 1,000 Years of Dreams. So it's close. It's very close to being done. I have to make sure my spoiler warning has the correct timing on it, wherever that is. Yeah, I have to make sure that that's the correct timestamp when it's all said and done. And that's going to be it. So, all right, guys. Appreciate you watching. I will be on again tomorrow evening to try and do all that, to try and finish this. So it looks like this video is not going to be coming out this week. It's going to come out on Monday, because I'm not going to release on the weekend. Better to release either earlier in the week or at least before the weekend starts, so that the video can be watched by a lot of people when they have their days off. So I will see you again tomorrow, relatively same time-ish, 5, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, whatever. Till then, have a good night. Peace out.